Good morning. The following steps are applicable to all delegates in a multilingual event. Click on the interpretation button. Select your preferred language. Do not toggle between languages once the meeting has started. Once the language has been selected, please stick to the same language from the beginning to the end of the event. Only communicate in the language that you have selected. Select the Mute Original Audio option. You are now ready for the meeting. Bonjour. Les étapes suivantes s'appliquent à tout délégué participant à un événement multilingue. Veuillez cliquer sur le bouton Interprétation. Ensuite, veuillez sélectionner votre langue préférée. Ne passez pas d'une langue à l'autre une fois que la réunion a commencé. Une fois la langue sélectionnée, veuillez vous en tenir à la même langue du début à la fin de l'événement. Communiquez uniquement dans la langue que vous avez sélectionnée. Puis, sélectionnez l'option « Couper l'audio original ». Vous êtes maintenant prêt pour la réunion.
Good morning, delegates. Good afternoon, and welcome to ATAF-GIZ Conference on Transparency and Illicit Financial Flows. The theme of this conference reads, the role of exchange of information in the fight against illicit financial flows in African continent, a reflection with the African Tax Administration Forum. My name is Ephraim Murenzi. I'm the Program Officer, International Taxation at the ATAF Secretariat. And I will be the facilitator of this conference, which begins now and ends tomorrow. This conference is yet another key event in a long series of efforts by both GIZ and ATAF to reduce illicit financial flows on the African continent. No one disputes the fact that illicit financial flows leaving Africa are in billions. And no one can deny the reality that this huge loss is having a devastating impact on the lives and livelihood of the African people. If the future of the African development is to be saved and sustained, then this conference should be part of the solution in providing crucial decisions and practical actions to stem the outflow of these illicit financial flows. The good news, however, is that it's not all bad news. It's not doom and gloom, as the saying goes. With the intervention of ATAF, GIZ, Global Forum, and even African Union, we are not seeing an impressive and increasing number of African countries that are adopting transparency initiatives. Indeed, we are increasing seeing a number of countries adopting EOI as a tool to curb illicit financial flows. With those few introductory remarks, I will shortly be inviting Rogan Ward, the Executive Secretary of ATAF. But slightly before that, I would like to let you know that under the leadership of Rogan, ATAF has become a top leading tax body on the African continent. ATAF has become not only important on the African continent, but even beyond. Rogan Ward has a track record of unwavering passion and determination to fight illicit financial flows, especially those closely connected with tax evasion. This has always been his priority, and I have no doubt in my mind that even years to come, it will remain his top priority. With those few remarks, it's my great pleasure and honor to invite you, Rogan Ward, to address the conference. I thank you.
Good morning. I did not do my language, so I'll be ready. There we go. Thank you very much, Ephraim. Thank you for those kind words. His Excellency, Ambassador Albert Muchanga of the African Union, the Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade and Mining. Good morning. Mr. Maurice Ochieng, who is the Program Head of the Good Financial Governance Program of GIZ. I greet all heads of African institutions, the members of ATAF, the chair of our council and members of our council, all the delegates of more than 1,000 who have registered for this important conference. I wish to welcome you to this meeting, to this conference on transparency on illicit financial flows, which is jointly organized by ATAF and GIZ. The importance of the two items goes hand in hand. Transparency is paramount in the combating of illicit financial flows. The global economic status in general, and in Africa in particular, as a result of the devastation caused by COVID-19, means that we have to increase our efforts to promote effective domestic resource mobilization. Therefore, our emphasis on transparency, other commercial transactions. The economic recoveries we speak of will not go down well if more taxes are imposed on already stressed citizens. So rather, we need to look at other avenues that require more collaboration and enhancements leading to equitable tax and effective taxation. So at the release of the high-level panel report on illicit financial flows, we saw the estimated losses at a staggering $60 billion in 2015. 5 years later, UNCTAD estimates that 89 billion in losses to IFFs in Africa. The simple reality is that the problem of illicit financial flows is growing. And the question begs, therefore, what has been done to combat illicit financial flows? And what can we do differently? So this conference is correct at the right time so that we can unpack the questions and together agree on prudent ways to advance stemming illicit financial flows. It requires more than conference. It requires action. It requires results that are measurable, and it requires the robustness that tackles policy weakness, administrative weakness, legislative weakness, especially weaknesses with our treaties, our extractive contracts, and a gambit of issues that are within our control to stem the illicit outflow of money from our economy. More money flows out of our domestic economies that comes in the form of aid. Debt portfolio at just over 700 billion that Africa owes in debt is less than the 863 billion that was lost in illicit financial flows between 2000 and 2015. And so stemming that, or even just a part of it, will make us less dependent on aid and proudly able to generate our own domestic revenue. The exchange of information for tax purposes is still limited on the continent, and the extent that interagency exchanges in countries are not commonplace in all instances. The exchange of information as a concept, therefore, is still nascent, and its development largely, this is exacerbated by the lack of extensive treaty networks on the continent, meaning that countries do not benefit from country-to-country reporting, for instance. I work with the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information, and the Africa Initiative in particular has revealed huge gaps in our treaty networks as well as our exchange of information networks. So exchange of information and exchanges between African countries remain low compared to developed countries. Over the past 12 months alone, the following figures show developments in exchange of information. Competent authorities in place in Africa, only 22 countries. Countries with exchange of information units in place, 20 countries. The amount of requests sent by African countries increased by 48% over the last 2 years. However, of this, it was only 4 countries who accounted for 74% of outgoing requests. And so the point is that exchanging information and access to taxpayer information outside of our jurisdiction is core to stemming illicit financial flows, because money lost through tax avoidance, money lost through complex intercompany transactions, money lost through deals, or money lost through weak tax treaties, are the information available on the flow of that money is accessible through either a treaty network or an exchange of information network, whether these are exchange of information on request or exchange of information on demand. And so the prevalence of illicit financial flows in Africa has narrowed the tax base of many countries on the continent, leading to a loss of revenue. And we know that this is required to fund development agenda. So for ATAF, we've done some work, we've done some work on exchange of information over the past few years. And let me share some examples of that. And it's important that we grow this work, and therefore the partnership with GIZ is incredibly important, ladies and gentlemen. Functioning EOI units and tax transparency initiatives play an important role in the fight against illicit financial flows. And ATAF, through our country programs on EOI, has assisted countries in establishing exchange of information units to implement this information changes. For example, between 2017 and 2021, one East African country collected over $50 million as a result of the exchange of information support we have given. And in 2020 alone, yet another East African country managed to recover $1.4 million, of which 1.3 of this was from high net worth individuals. That was made possible through EOI legislation, competent authority office, good treaties, and good technical support. So to ensure that salient country needs are ATAF's focus, we established a technical committee on exchange of information that the chair of this conference is responsible for. And that technical committee consists of Togo, Kenya, Uganda, Eswatini, Nigeria, Cameroon, Mauritius, and Morocco. And it was put in place to lead, not only to promote EOI through advocacy, but in building capacity across the continent. In addition to this, ATAF and the Global Forum has developed an exchange of information toolkit used by tax administration in designing their work on EOI. Additionally, in 2020 alone, ATAF, together with the Global Forum, trained more than 60 tax officials in beneficial ownership guidelines. Beneficial ownership and understanding that having the technology and the analytical and the intelligence ability can gain massive amount of income, because these complex structures often in offshore tax havens are hidden, like I said, within those complex structures, and our ability to unpack it will show you the actual owner of those complex businesses and its tax liability. Equally, the high-level panel describes 65% of illicit financial flows being conducted through commercial transactions. So it's not corruption, it's not crime. The majority of our financial flows, outflows, comes through corporate activities, and transfer pricing represents the biggest part of it. Tightening transfer pricing or intercompany arrangement is very important. So we've developed what we call the ATAF suggested approach to transfer pricing legislation. And through our technical support program to our members, we have been able to support, at this point, 24 country programs, and in the recent times, been able to generate an additional tax assessment in 5 of those countries of $2.3 billion US, and additional tax in excess of 863 million has already been collected in 9 of those countries. Other areas we must look out for is trade misinvoicing, and this is aimed at tax evasion or circumstances, preventing circumventing currency controls or hiding profits in offshore locations. For policy support, political will is indispensable when fighting illicit financial flows. Therefore, we are grateful for our partnership with the African Union, as demonstrated by the active involvement of the Commissioner, Albert Muchanga, and also the uptake of the agenda by the SDC, Ministers of Finance of the African Union. And this directly speaks to the concern of the AU on illicit financial flows. ATAF will continue to take its political direction from the AUC on this matter, while continuing not only to build continental technical expertise, but to provide real-time technical support to its members and seal off any gaps that can be exploited by tax evaders and tax avoidance. And so we also need, ladies and gentlemen, not only a tax administration approach to illicit financial flows, we need one that is an interagency, all of government approach. And I'm sure later people will talk about the fact that we need the whole of government, the financial intelligence centers, the central bank, the commercial banks, the Home Affairs Department, the State Superior. Everybody needs to work together to stem all the tides of illicit financial flows. Money do not only leave in bags in cash to the airport. The big money leaves because our exchange control regulations allows it. Our foreign transaction regulation allows it, because our regulatory, legislative, and policy environments are often weak. So we need to work together to tighten this, to stem the outflow of money. Finally, we need to engage international stakeholders IFFs is a cross-border phenomenon, and it cannot be minimized or eradicated without international cooperation. And therefore, we must work with stakeholders such as the United Nations, the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information. On the continent, we must work with, of course, the African Union must lead this, the Pan-African Parliament, Tax Justice Network Africa, and then our partners such as GIZ, DFID, Finland, and all those countries, NORAD in Norway, the countries that are supporting our programs on illicit financial flows. Let me say finally, this program with GIZ and the German cooperation over the next 3 years will elicit a huge investment by funders, by those involved donors. Our program with GIZ continues, but the extended resources to be made available must be smartly used. It must be used to drive money back into the continent. It must be used to stem measurable money from leaving the continent. Our programs must be designed to be practical, to change policy and legislation, to train skilled staff, and to be able to measure what would have been lost against what was gained or what was stopped from leaving. And in that way, we can measure the success of this cooperation. I wish that this conference would discuss how best to optimize our efforts against illicit financial flows and how best to use the partnership, the GIZ partnership with ATAF and the AU, and how we can bring everyone else on board so that we can finally measure some success as we tackle illicit financial flows on the African continent. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rogan Ward, for that informative and comprehensive presentation. It's wonderful to hear that countries need to address both administrative and policy networks and policies to make sure that these areas are addressed. But also thank you for decrying the fact that EOI remains zero on the African continent, and yet it's the #1 weapon to use in curbing illicit financial flows. GIZ, which caused this conference, is a close ally of ATAF and one of the top development partners. To give us the speech is Maurice Ochieng, the program head, Good Financial Governance, GIZ. Previously, Ochieng worked as one of the top managers of KRA. These two rare combination of qualities gives Ochieng a perfect position to handle and fight illicit financial flows. Ochieng, please have the floor and address the conference.
Thank you very much, Ephraim, and for those very, very kind words. I'd also want to thank the Executive Secretary, Logan Ward, for emphasizing the cooperation that the German Agency for International Cooperation, GIZ, has had with ATAF over the years. Greetings to all your excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for the German Agency for International Cooperation, in short GIZ, to collaborate with the African Tax Administration Forum, ATAF, in organizing this very important conference on transparency and illicit financial flows, the theme of which is the role of exchange of information in the fight against IFF on the African continent, a reflection with the African Tax Administration Forum. I'm very glad to acknowledge the presence of heads of revenue administrations, participants from other institutions, multinational agencies, development partners, tax experts, academics, civil society organizations, as well as research organizations. I want to also take this rare opportunity to warmly thank His Excellency Ambassador Albert Mushanga, who is the Commissioner for the Economic Development, Trade, Industry, and Mining at the African Union Commission. On the same note, I want to thank the ATAF Chairman, Mr. Philip Chodi, and of course, without doubt, Mr. Logan Watt, the ATAF Executive Secretary. I think the least applauded group is usually the conference organizing committee. And I want to also extend my thank you to them because they've been very active in putting this together and coming up with a program that is really going to chart a way forward on how we move on with regard to transparency and fighting illicit financial flows. As we all know, illicit financial flows out of Africa has been a matter of major concern, mainly because of the scale and negative impact of such flows on the Africa's development agenda, as well as governance agenda. According to estimates that are available, IFF from Africa could be as much as 100 billion. I think the interesting thing is that when the high-level panel report by UNECA was released in 2015, the estimate stood at 50 billion. The UNCTAD report puts that at 88, almost 90 billion, which means that there is an increasing trend, and I think this should be worrying. What the efforts that we put together as players in the continent should be to work towards lowering those numbers. I think we shouldn't be seeing increasing trends. We should be seeing decreasing trends, and that is the whole purpose why you see the significance of this conference. By the same estimates, illicit financial flows do eat into the Africa's gross domestic product. This is maybe because of illegally earned, illegally transferred, and trade misinvoicing. All these things contribute towards the negative aspects of IFF and, of course, negative effect on our economies. And, of course, by extension, retarding growth, weakening public institutions and the rule of law. And it also discourages, and I think this is important, it discourages payment of taxes. That culture which we need to grow our own domestic resource revenues for development of our countries. And especially when it comes to exploitation of resources, natural resources, this then gives the negative aspect in terms of creating over-reliance of countries in the continent on official development assistance. As IFFs deprive governments of vital tax revenue and strengthening government capabilities, in particular tax administrations, to combat them will enhance the capacity of countries to reduce incidences and quantity of IFF. The GIZ Good Financial Governance in Africa program, which is a regional program covering almost the whole continent, has and continues to support its key partner networks in the area of public financial management. And this is where our collaboration with the African Tax Administration Forum comes in. We also have the other Pan-African networks, which include the Collaborative African Budget Reform Initiative, the African Organization for Supreme Audit Institutions, and of course, the African Organization for Public Accounts Committee, which in their efforts do strengthen public financial management capacities across Africa, including areas that are relevant in combating IFFs. In the previous years, together with these Pan-African networks, the GIZ Good Financial Governance in Africa program launched pilot measures. An example to refer to is the Country Risk Profile Assessment tool, which was piloted in a number of countries, as well as at regional level. These activities were designed to generate empirical knowledge and to support individual and institutional capacity development and peer learning. ultimately assisting in strengthening governance systems that prevent illicit financial flows. Just to touch on some of the recent initiatives by GIZ. More recently, in order to harmonize the efforts on IFF, the African Union Commission, Department of Economic Development, Trade and Industry and Mining, which of course is ably represented here by His Excellency, Ambassador Albert Mshanga, got together in collaboration with the European Union and the German government to set up what we refer to as the joint action in combating illicit financial flows in Africa. The good news also is that under the Team Europe initiative, we are getting a lot of interest, specifically from Finland, which has also expressed desire to join in this initiative. And as we speak, we are at a very advanced stage in having the necessary steps finalized to bring in, to have Finland on board as part of the joint action in reducing IFF. So the strategic objectives, just to mention very quickly, of the joint action include building strategic capacity and developing an implementation mechanism within the African Union Secretariat. I think Logan did allude to the high-level panel report and the work that has been done, and I think it's really a good sounding board for implementation, and implementation is what we really should be working on doing. And it's really good that we have the African Union Commission, which has convening powers, and it also has real good access as far as member countries are concerned. So this will also help when it comes to, for example, selecting pilot countries for purposes of piloting initiatives that will curb IFF. So again, thank you to the African Union Commission. The other objective is to build long-term awareness and knowledge platforms among key target audiences in the African Union member states. Talking of capacity, we should not be talking of limiting capacity to the Secretariat of the African Union Commission only, but also by extension, and this is something that the African Union Commission has emphasized, that the interest should flow down to the member states. And I think this is something that we need to do through awareness and tangible product improvement. Improving accountability for public institutions regarding IFF at both regional and national levels. And as I already mentioned, piloting programs in the countries. As part of this joint action, particularly in relation to ensuring that accountability of public institutions regarding IFF is improved through implementation of good governance standards, we have agreed to focus on increasing transparency in the fight against IFF. And I think it's instructive to note that the theme of this conference revolves around transparency. I think transparency vis-a-vis IFF is important. And I think, and here I would like to call on African countries to embrace exchange of information at different levels. Exchange of information upon request, automatic exchange of information, and as this will promote fiscal transparency and information sharing, thereby contributing to curbing IFF. Mr. Logan Watt did talk about the ATAF programs on EAI at country level and the technical instruments that they have put in place in trying to, in efforts to promote competent authority, which is really important when it comes to exchange of information. I think this is something that we need to embrace. Our tax administration should continue working closely with ATAF, to support these country programs. Transparency would help in identifying location of illegally acquired assets for purposes of recovery. And I always say that, we tend to talk more about illicit financial flows leaving the continent and shy away from pointing the destination of such finance funds. The destination is for both the funds, its destination in terms of location of the assets that have been illegally acquired. And I think part of the program should endeavor to leverage on the transparency arising from exchange of information to allow destination countries to open up and share with us, information of where the assets are located, so that by consequence, we should be able to move just beyond prevention, but also recovering assets back to the continent. At national level, and I think this is worth emphasizing, Logan did mention this, at national level, interagency collaboration is equally significant. It's significant. We need to have revenue administrations exchanging information and collaborating with, for example, anti-corruption agencies, financial intelligence units, criminal investigation departments, central banks, commercial banks. With those remarks, ladies and gentlemen, and Your Excellency, I want to look forward to really, technically sound and successful conference. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ephraim.
Thank you, Maurice, for those words and the plans that are in pipelines, which are going to help the African countries. As you are aware, fighting illicit financial flows is not a cheap business. It requires funds. And to this end, I think we need to be grateful to GIZ in particular and the German government in general for their generosity in supporting the African people in stemming these illicit flows. As we move towards the climax of this conference, I would request again, kindly, Rogan Watt to take the floor and invite Ambassador Albert Muchanga of the African Union Commission to give his remarks and then officially launch the GIZ ATAF conference on transparency and illicit financial flows. Rogan Watt, again, have the floor.
Thank you, Ephraim. It is a great honor and pleasure, Your Excellency, for me to introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, the work on illicit financial flows, on transparency, on exchange of information, and the general tax and development agenda cannot go anywhere without the leadership and support of the African Union. And in the time that we've worked with the Commission on Economic Development, Trade and Mining, shortly after the accession to that position by Commissioner Muchanga, our experience have been one of pleasure and success. We work with a team under Dr. Tosina, and the energy and the path to success, both on the taxation on the digital economy, as well as our work on illicit financial flows, and our work that we're going to do together on the platform on the STC of Ministers of Finance, will go a long way to stabilizing broad tax cooperation within the African continent. And we are grateful for the leadership of the African Union, and in particular of Ambassador Muchanga in this regard. And as ATAF, we are committed to work very closely under that leadership. Commissioner, it's a pleasure for us to have you here. And your work both in trade and in finance development is very, very important for Africa's economic emancipation. So thank you for your presence here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I present His Excellency, Ambassador Albert Muchanga. You've got the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Logan Ward, the Executive Secretary of the African Tax Administration Forum. And I also like to thank you for the moderator, who is doing a very good work at moderation. Both yourself and the Executive Secretary and Mr. Maurice Ochen, the program head at the GIZ.
Ambassador, I think you are mute.
No, it shows the. Can you hear me? I unmuted.
Ambassador, can I suggest if you go to interpretation, please click on English and then click on.
Rogan, you're also mute.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Excellency.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was okay. I'll repeat what I said earlier. To thank Mr. Logan Webb, the Executive Secretary of the African Tax Administration Forum, for the introduction, and also his important statement which he made earlier, as well as Mr. Maurice Ochieng, the program head at GIZ, on the work of financial governance, for the equally important statement. And of course, I salute all the excellencies who are here and from all over the continent and beyond, and also indicate that the facilitator is to be commended for doing a very excellent job in facilitating our work. I come here with basically two key messages. The first message is my presence here. By coming here, I'm conveying to this audience that the African Union is highly committed to the work that you are doing. Some of you may not know, I've been flying throughout the night. I spent, I slept, we left us about 23 hours. So I slept on the Ethiopian Airlines to Johannesburg. And then from there, we had to connect it to Durban. So immediately I came into the hotel. I had to link in and I'm with you. But I did not want to say, I'm tired, I need to sleep, because I'm very, very much committed to the work you are doing. So that is the first key message. The second one is what I'm going to read out, my verbal statement. And I'll begin by saying, I'm really very happy to be with you in this meeting. It's a very, very important meeting because it has a direct impact on the process of sustainable development across Africa. And when we develop, we create a better future for us. When we fail to develop, we engage in poverty. I think we are not in a situation where we can be happy. So this issue of illicit financial flows has a direct impact on our work. And as earlier indicated by the earlier speaker, the continued flow of resources from our continent really undermines the process of social and economic development. And at the level of the African Union, it can make us fail to achieve the targets and aspirations of the African Union Agenda 2063. And this is just 42 years from now when we should fully implement the African Union Agenda 2063. And of course, this major issue also comes against the background where we have the COVID-19 pandemic. All of us are fully aware that the pandemic has wreaked havoc on economic development. We used before the pandemic to register very, very impressive rates of economic growth across Africa. Some of our countries were growing between 7 to 10%, others 5% or below, but generally it was very, 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 very impressive. When the pandemic hit, and particularly in 2022, last year, 2020, for the first time in 25 years, the African economy went through a recession, which means that the impact was very, very, very huge. And of course, with this pandemic, the focus is on how to recover, how to reform, how to grow our economies, and how to establish institutions of resilience. So this is one of the areas which brings into focus the need to fast track the mobilization of domestic resources on the continent. And the key to this is to combat the illicit financial flows from Africa. And this is a matter which is of vital importance to the African Union at all the political levels. This importance is underscored by the value in which we are placed to extend the work on the illicit financial flows, noting that it is a massive issue for African countries and that all countries on the continent are affected by the illicit financial flows from the continent. We have moved to strengthen the implementation of the recommendation of the high-level panel on illicit financial flows. In addition to that, the high-level panel on illicit financial flows, transparency and integrity has been released a report, and this report is in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. That report underscores the value of transparency measures as a means of unearthing several illicit financial flows, and earlier speakers highlighted the mechanisms, the institutions, the players who are involved in these processes. And the earlier speakers also indicated that we face a massive challenge. We started with a figure of $50 billion as annual outflows of illicit financial flows. UNCTAD came up with a figure of 89 billion going to 90 billion. And this morning, we are told by our expert from GIZ that the figure could actually be as high as 100 billion. This is a massive outflow. And when it is taken in the context of what we receive as development aid, it's a very, very, very minuscule figure, because annually we get about $48 billion in official development assistance to Africa, and we get about $54 billion in foreign direct investments. But the flows are really increasing, and some of the figures put it, some of the reports put the figures as high as $836 billion, which is a massive figure. Now, these numbers should not discourage us, although we are aware that they hamper our efforts to mobilize domestic resources. Because when we look at what is going out and the budget deficit that we face, really can be very, very disconcerting, but we do not need to give up hope. As a result, our view is that at the African Union, domestic resource mobilization still remains the most important financing source for the continent. We have no choice but to work towards strengthening their capacities to enhance domestic resource mobilization. Our experts inform us that if we have to fully implement the African Union Agenda 2063, 75 to 90% of the resources to finance the programs and projects must come from our domestic efforts. So we cannot give up on domestic resources mobilization, and as indicated, it's a key component in the fight against the illicit financial flows. However, to mobilize the domestic resources, we need to ensure that we close the loopholes, we cover the gaps, and also plug all the leakages so that they really give us outflows instead of giving us inflows. To do this, the African Union has taken a proactive step in galvanizing African institutions to lead respective fields of expertise to ensure uniform implementation of the outcomes and resolutions. And the key here is to work together, and in so doing, we should be able to achieve a common goal. And in this respect, issues of transparency come as a key component in achieving all these activities. And there should also be legal and beneficial ownership. There should be accounting records. There should be banking information, country by country reporting. And there is also the process of establishment of a competent authority officers within each revenue administration. All these are very important practical steps that need to be undertaken at the national levels. Unfortunately, the exchange of information is still lacking very much behind on the continent, And a number of factors play a role here, including the lack of extensive treaty network, meaning that countries fail to benefit from receiving country by country reports. We need to examine why this is so. And earlier speakers indicated that exchanges among African countries remain quite low compared to other developing countries. And where there's an improvement, more can still be done, and I do not need to repeat the figures here. The executive secretary went through the number of competent authorities that are in place in our countries, and the exchange of information units that are also in place, and all these in numbers, low figures. Really, the key message from all these figures is that there's a lot still to be done, and we need to take concerted efforts to ensure that we raise the levels in all these activities. The exchange of information is a vital part in the fight against the illicit financial flows from the continent. The Global Forum Transparency in Africa report noted that since 2009, the exchange of information has seen African countries identify over $1 billion of additional revenues. These have come in the form of penalties, tax, and interest through offshore investigations, and encouraging the exchange of information has allowed 2 African countries to identify close to $30 million of additional taxes based on the exchanges sent and received. Fighting illicit financial flows from Africa effectively also requires coordinating resources that will enable implementing agencies to have feedback mechanisms and reporting structures. In this respect, I would allow to mention the multi-donor action on curbing illicit financial flows in Africa. And this is also an issue that was highlighted earlier. And it was earlier indicated, this involves funding from the European Union, as well as the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the government of Finland. The project was launched at the first extraordinary session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Planning, and Integration, which was held in December 2020. We are currently working towards the commencement of the implementation of this multi-donor action, which is intended to add to existing structures and fast-tracking various processes. The program steering committee of this multi-donor action met yesterday and commenced laying the plans for rolling out the funds, activities, and monitoring frameworks in earnest. And this is to be commended. Several key milestones and resolutions were adopted during the deliberations of the 4th Specialized Technical Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs, Economic Planning, and Integration, which was held in May this year. Allow me to highlight the importance of these. First, noting that the bulk of IFFs remain commercial activities, and this was highlighted by the Executive Secretary, which are linked to various tax avoidance and aggressive planning schemes which erode the tax base. We are going to operationalize the Continental Platform on African Tax Issues, which was established as a subcommittee of the Specialized Technical Committee. And this will facilitate enhanced coordination and implementation of the outcomes of various future discussions. The primary role of these institutions will be to improve domestic resource mobilization and fight illicit financial flows from the continent. Our commitment to this is in the time frame we have set ourselves, where we aim to start addressing tax-related matters on the continent beginning in January 2022, which is barely 4 months from now. Additionally, we are pleased to be working with the African Tax Administration Forum, which will provide the necessary technical support. When we work together, we align efforts and the impact is greater. So rest assured, the Executive Secretary, that as far as the African Union is concerned, we have an open door policy come and we work together to ensure that we enhance domestic resource mobilization. The subcommittee, which I mentioned earlier, will be particularly powerful as members are encouraged to utilize it when discussing and agreeing on a number of common approaches when negotiating tax rights and issues with the international community and drafting national tax policies and legislations. Moreover, the stakeholders present in this conference have a particularly important role in strengthening their collaborative efforts in providing the required technical assistance to the member states to improve domestic resource mobilization, as well as the fight against illicit financial flows. As a way of concluding, let me state that I believe we're on the right track and we've chosen a positive path to achieve the goals of eliminating financial flows from the continent and enhancing domestic resource mobilization. Therefore, I can only encourage you to continue your good work, and certainly I look forward to the outcomes of these deliberations. And I will not be able to stay long because I got a reminder that I need to log in and be with the Ministers of Finance and Health, where we are looking at the issue of financing and supply of vaccines in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. But the team will remain and be able to work with you. And like I indicated, I certainly read the policy and the outcomes of this meeting. And we are very ready to work with all of you in the common fight against the illicit financial flows and our effort to enhance domestic resource mobilization. I'll end here and thank you for your attention. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Mchanga, for those words. It's good to hear that you have reiterated the need for AU to work with ATAF. And it's also important to note that the role of UI has again been emphasized. It's also important to note that if we don't control these illicit financial flows, the AU agenda of 63 will be affected. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, we are coming towards the end of the opening session, and we thank Executive Secretary, Mr. Ward, Ochieng, and Ambassador Mchanga for all those kind words and informative presentation. You have set the stage for us to move forward and go deeper into discussing how we can deal with these illicit financial flows. And to this end, we are now going to start on session 1. And I will ask Mary Baine, the Director of Tax Programs, who is going to chair this session, to move on so that we can catch up with time. Madam Mary Baine, please take the floor.
Thank you so much, Ephraim. Good afternoon, everyone. And it is my pleasure to be moderating this session, the first session of this conference. And we've heard from very, very able and very senior leadership from the different institutions, and they've given the direction indeed for this. And so I'll quickly go through what the objective of the session is. And indeed, the first session is entitled, Where Are We on Combating Illicit Financial Flows in an Era of a Pandemic? The objective of the session is really to initiate and encourage debate on how best the different institutions and individuals in the meeting can work together to stem illicit financial flows. Like the previous speakers said, really this is where we need to focus, to try and see what mechanisms we can put in place to stem these flows and eventually end the flows if one can dare dream. Indeed, like they've said, the African continent hasn't been spared by the pandemic, and more than ever, revenues are required to help recovery and indeed to support the different processes as countries continue to battle the pandemic. With me to have this discussion is a very able panel, but we will have a presentation to precede that. And ladies and gentlemen, we have seen that indeed the IFFs are a global challenge. And so a global challenge. And so it is important for us to really pitch our efforts together to try and see that we increase these domestic resources and their mobilization. And specifically now the countries are even at a bigger problem because even the support they were getting from development partners is no longer available. So we will start with a presentation that will be delivered by Mr. Mustafa Ndajiwo. Mr. Ndajiwo is the Executive Director of the African Center for Tax and Governance and regional coordinator, and also a regional coordinator at FACTI. The panelists really don't need any introduction, and because these are speakers or these are leaders of different institutions that have been leading this discussion on the continent. And one of the panelists is Professor Emmanuel Nadozie, who is the Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation. There's Mr. Alvin Marcioma, who is the Executive Director of Tax Justice Network Africa, and Mr. Logan Watt, who is the Executive Secretary at ATAF. I would like to now request Mr. Ndajiwo to please make his presentation in the next 15 minutes. If he can use less, I'll be much obliged so that we can gain time. And then I'll call on the panelists. And I want to welcome you all. I want to welcome you, Mustafa. I want to welcome you, panelists. And Mustafa, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Hello, everyone. I'm very honored to be here, to be making this presentation. Allow me to share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can, Mustafa. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So yes, like Mary said, I'm the Executive Director of the African Center for Tax and Governance, and I used to be the Regional Coordinator for Africa for the UN FACTI panel. So let me just skip this due to the interest of time. It's the same thing we're going to discuss. So a bit of background, right? I feel a lot has been said already by the previous speakers. Logan has, in fact, I feel like Logan has made part of my presentation already. But I think it's important that we mention some of these figures just to sort of re-emphasize and focus on the challenges at hand. From the Mbeki report, we know that Africa loses about $50 billion a year due to illicit financial flows. Recent reports, which is very troubling. So we don't know if this is an issue of estimation or if it's actually a growth in the illicit financial flows. Well, whatever the case is, it just tells us that the problem is still with us, and it's a growing problem. The UNCTAD report puts the recent estimate at $88.6 billion annually, which is about 3.7% of our GDP. Reports have also shown that countries with high illicit financial flows spend less on public expenditure. For example, the UNCTAD report showed that countries with high IFFs spend 25% less on health and 58% less on education compared to countries with low IFFs. And this has significant implication for women. And we all know that to achieve the SDGs, we need all the financing that we can get. And with this start living with these very troubling figures, it is almost impossible that we're going to achieve the SDGs. Another report from the African Development Bank, if you look at the figure from UNDP, the 88.6 billion, it is actually enough to cover the financing gap that we have in terms of the infrastructure needs in Africa. So this just gives you a sort of a broader picture of the kind of challenges that we're facing with regards to IFFs on the continent. Mary just spoke about the pandemic. So I just told you about the background. We just discussed the background, right? The figures, the challenges, and that in itself is enough problems, and it's enough problems that it is almost impossible, like I said, to meet the SDGs. But now come the pandemic. You know what the pandemic has done. It halted most of our economic activities, which indirectly reduced income for people, reduced taxes that the businesses and individuals will pay, and caused a lot of strain on public expenditure. We've seen a lot of countries cut back on public spending because the money is not there. And in fact, like Maurice said, we've seen a decline in ODA. And this has led to a lot of challenges. It has exacerbated our socioeconomic challenges, inducing poverty and increasing inequality. Another problem that we've seen from the pandemic is corruption. So because due to the nature of the pandemic, because you need to relax, there was a need to relax on procurement processes to hasten action. We've seen that some have taken advantage of that situation to perpetrate corruption. There are reports coming out of a few African countries that speak to this. Another, I would say, more challenging problem that we're facing now is the vaccine inequality. And this speaks largely to the IFFs. Besides the fact that most of our countries do not have the right funding to even prepare for a pandemic. Now that we're in a pandemic, coming up with vaccines, we've seen a few countries attempt to develop vaccines in Africa. However, as it is today, compared to the global north, what we're doing is I mean, we're doing nothing compared to the global north in terms of vaccines. And this is largely due to the lack of funding, which is definitely linked to illicit financial flows. As African countries, it is troubling that even during a pandemic, most of our countries are still granting wasteful tax incentives. It is really troubling. And although there is a lot of conversation going on the continent, ATAF is leading some of this conversation in how to address the excesses of tax incentives. Still, we still grant these incentives. They're coming up with new incentives. And this has a lot of the high opportunity costs in terms of how it affects our people. So it is important that we reflect on these issues because the pandemic has, in all ways, exacerbated our challenges. So the big question is, why is it difficult to address IFFs in Africa? There's been a lot has been said. There are a lot of efforts ongoing. We've seen for many years now, there's a lot of efforts going, a lot of frameworks that have been developed, a lot of capacity building. So many things have been done, but still the story seems to be the same. It seems like an old leaking roof. While you're plugging this hole, another hole emerges. But there are a few issues I would say that sort of maintain this status quo. One is the inequality in the international tax policy making space. So yes, it looks good that we African countries are part of the inclusive framework. They participate in the conversation, but still, the agenda setting is largely done. The African countries are largely excluded from the agenda setting. If you've seen recently the G7 proposal, it's the same thing. And another thing that comes out of this inequality is that the frameworks that are designed are somewhat complex, too complex for African countries to implement. The transfer pricing guidelines, they are very complex. And at the end of the day, what is the point of a policy if it's not administratively feasible? So we've also seen that in terms of returning stolen assets that have been stolen from Africa and been placed in some of these tax havens, some of global north countries, it's our asset. It's clear that these assets belong to Africa, but to return them, there's a lot of challenges. African countries, I'll tell you particularly from Nigeria, I know the challenges Nigeria goes through in terms of returning some of these assets. It's our asset and we have to struggle to get it back. The influence of MNEs, it's the undue influence of MNEs cannot be overemphasized. The role of enablers, we've seen the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers, and how what the role of enablers is. Information exchange asymmetries. We've seen, Maurice mentioned this, and how difficult it is, particularly between African countries and some of the most developed countries in terms of the ease of exchanging information. Although there are some improvements that have been made, but largely these problems still exist. Weak institutions. It's like Africa is, I would say we're running out of excuses, honestly, about our institutions. We keep saying this over, we come back, it almost sounds like a cliche, but it's what it is. We have weak institutions. And although there's a lot of efforts, capacity building, I think it's high time we really look into the effectiveness of some of this capacity building and who is designing these capacity building programs, and what is the impact? How do we sort of scale this to actually make significant impact, considering the enormity of the challenge at hand? So what efforts are we making? We are making efforts. It's not all negative. It's not all bad news, right? And the previous speakers have spoken to this. We've made significant efforts in terms of country by country reporting, exchange of information, and we've seen some African countries even set up beneficial ownership registers, and introduction of limitation on interest deductibility rules. These are all efforts to sort of curtail the excesses of some multinationals and largely illicit financial flows. But the real question now we should ask is, so what is the impact of all these efforts? What impact are these efforts making? Is it really changing anything, or are we just ticking the boxes? So on the one hand, we'll have to appreciate the work that has been done, the AU, ATAF, and even our individual countries. But some of these problems are sort of systemic, that no matter what efforts you make, if some things are not addressed, the problems will persist. And that is why I believe we're having this conversation. So has the story changed? We've seen what we've done, AUI, CBCR, we've done a lot of capacity building programs where a lot of African countries are members of the inclusive framework on BEPS. But still, we know that poverty persists, it's still high rate of maternal and child mortality, it's a high numbers of out-of-school children, and we are seeing the negative impact of COVID-19. And another more troubling issue is, like I mentioned, the growth in the IFFs estimation. So we don't know if this is whether it's a methodology issue, maybe there's an improved methodology, or whether it is actually a growth in the numbers. Regardless, whatever it is, if it's the methodology or if it's a growth, it is still a problem, and billions of dollars of worth of problems. So what should be done? I will present what I would say is like a general direction of what should be done. The speakers that we'll have will speak to specific issues and go into the nitty-gritty of these issues. But what should be done? We should improve on international and regional cooperation on transparency and accountability. Like I said, there are efforts towards this area. Regionally, back home in Africa, AU, ATAF have been on top of this in terms of regional, having an African voice and going to the global stage with an African voice. However, it's not an easy task, and this, I mean, the recent publication by the OECD that one or two African countries, my country included, did not sign up to a certain framework, shows that there's still a lot of work that we can do in terms of regional cooperation. Interagency cooperation within and across borders. This cannot be overemphasized, and Logan mentioned this. We've seen some efforts. I'll speak to a few countries. Nigeria, I know currently there's ongoing efforts between the likes of FIRS and the financial intelligence units. So if most of our countries can come up with these structures to see how we can invest in data analytics to ensure that we plug a lot of loopholes. I think to go a long way in addressing some of these challenges that come from IFFs. At the international level, both regional and international level, I think I think we're doing this, and I think we should continue doing this. We should pursue administratively feasible options for international taxation and the taxation of the digitalized economy. The recent proposals, as we know from the OECD, there's a reason why a few countries are reluctant to agree to it, because of the complexities and how some of these proposals do not necessarily meet the peculiarities of our countries. And I believe that if we have a real inclusiveness in terms of working on the international policy framework, it will improve legitimacy and it will improve our position in terms of addressing illicit financial flows. African countries really need to look at tax incentives, particularly during this COVID-19 era, because most of the incentives, studies have shown that most of the incentives that we grant, particularly corporate to multinationals and corporates, are wasteful incentives that we do not need to attract investment. So I believe if we are able to abolish this, the monies that will be saved will actually go a long way in addressing some of the socioeconomic challenges that we have on the continent. In conclusion, I'd like to say, and this sort of relates to what Logan said earlier in terms of actually implementing things that we propose. It is a quote from the co-chairs of the FACTI panel. It says, recommendations are not enough. All people must contribute through their actions. This is not a job for each government acting on its own. Political leadership is needed, both at the national and international levels. Governments must come together to agree on new solutions for financial integrity. The private sector must meet higher standards. Civil society and the media have to help hold the powerful accountable. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mustafa, and that was really informative, and thank you for using your time well. Like I said earlier, I have three panelists, and I will like now to call on the panelists so that we can have a chat. And I wanted to say also that if you have any questions, if you could kindly post them in the chat so that we will respond to them as we go along, and then we will use our time wisely. I will start with you, Professor Nadozie. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome to the discussion. Always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me...
Professor Nadozie, it's as I said, it's a pleasure to have you. And so that we use our time wisely, I will pose a question and please respond to the question, and then we'll have a follow-up discussion. The African Capacity Building Foundation has been at the forefront in building capacity on the continent and in various areas. What have you seen as the main challenges in relation to illicit financial flows? And in regard to specifically to the post-pandemic economic recovery, what would be your insights? What would be your take as the right mix of capacity building and policy direction? If you could use the next 6 minutes, I would be much obliged. Over to you, Professor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, my brother Logan, for inviting me once again to this very important panel. You posed me a very important question, because if you count the number of times capacity had been mentioned in this meeting, you would realize right away that this is at the center of the whole issue of fighting illicit financial flows. So I don't know how I can answer that long question in 6 minutes, Madam. So you may want to bear with me a little bit, because...
Don't worry, I'll give you a few more minutes, Professor,
okay.
because this is very important.
Exactly. No, two things that I would like to say before I answer directly your questions. One is, I'm very happy to be here for personal reasons, because as someone who anchored the high-level panel that have been mentioned here several times and saw to the production of the high-level report or high-level panel's report, I feel very, very honored because we weren't very, very much appreciated at that time by the international community. But it seems to me that what we have done now is what people have been appreciating. The second point is professional. Again, the African Capacity Building Foundation has over 3 decades of experience building capacity across the continent. And we are the AU Specialized Agency for Capacity Development. So I can see that there's a lot that can be benefited from our long experience and our, what I would consider to be our political relationship. And we stand ready to work with ATAF and everyone else on this very important issue. To answer your question directly, Madam Chair, I would say that there are 4 things that we consider to be the main challenges. There are so many of them, but 4 come out from my mind. The first one is what I consider to be inadequacy of capacity development programs for addressing the challenges of IFFs. It's not that things are not happening, but a lot of them are not very inadequate. For example, when you look around, you see a lot of haphazard and ad hoc trainings, which are often mistaken for capacity development. And we now have a proliferation of organizations who offer such services without really providing a holistic capacity development intervention that pays attention to stakeholder ownership as well as sustainability. And I will come to the issue of capacity retention and capacity utilization later on. So what you see that happens is there is no significant change or impact on the level of knowledge and skills emanating from such things. I'm going to move fast a bit because of time. The second point is what I call coordination and alignment failures among institutions responsible for covering IFFs. And this is at various levels. But let me take the country level, for example. In some countries, you see there is competition between the different agencies that are involved in anti-corruption, anti-money laundering, drug law enforcement, and other economic and financial crimes activities that proliferate the IFFs. So just to mention a few, while in other cases, their roles are not clearly defined and delineated, and the low level of collaboration among these public institutions and between them and the private sector institutions weakens the effectiveness of capacity building interventions and contributes to the poor targeting of officials, most eligible for the capacity building interventions. In fact, in some cases, it's even difficult to get the key relevant stakeholders in one place. Now, the third point is what I consider to be the perennial challenge of capacity retention, capacity utilization, and sustainability of capacity development efforts. Point here is that, especially because if you want to fight IFF, strongly and successfully, you need to pay attention to both institutional capacity and human capacity. But from the human capacity dimension, governments are simply unable to retain staff benefiting from capacity building programs. So in cases where there's even a better coordination of capacity building activities, governments are not able to adequately compensate staff. And so you find that some of these staff, high-level public officers, are lost to the same multinationals and transnational issues. Companies that are themselves at the head of this problem. The fourth point is funding of capacity development programs remains inadequate, unpredictable, and unsustainable. So we can have all the nice strategies and plans. The one challenge that remains is financing. As I mentioned, not only is it inadequate, it's unpredictable, and it's also unsustainable. The work that ACBF have done, we did a capacity report in 2015, shows that the proportion of government budget allocated to capacity development is relatively low, at less than 7% on the average in 45 African countries. The official development assistance dedicated to capacity development in percentage of government budget is also relatively low, at less than 9% on the average in those countries. So you can imagine what the situation is now with COVID-19. So the challenge of funding in some instances is explained by lack of political will, but excessive dependence on donor funding. So having said that, you said what kind of policy mix? I mean, I say there are again four things to mention here. Number one is to build what we call operational capacity. We must focus on the four main aspects of operational capacity, which is institutional capacity, human capacity, systems and work processes, and information access and knowledge for holistic and effective results. Second, there has to be change and transformative capacities. And this category includes the capacity needed to initiate, facilitate, and manage change. Transformative leadership, change readiness, and ability for mindset shifts. Change in mindset is a critical area. The third one is what we call the composite capacity. And this involves strategic planning, critical strategic thinking, and resource-based management, process facilitation and organizational skills, knowledge systems to drive the change and transformation, organization and coordination capability. And of course, the last point there is critical technical and sector-specific skills. And in this particular area, people who are at ATAF and others know exactly the kinds of skills that we're talking about here to fight, track and stop illicit financial flows. And so, Madam, I know that time, the way you're looking at me, you want me to wrap up. And like I said, if I have a few more minutes, I can say something later on some of the other important points I have. But thank you for indulging, for giving me more time.
Thank you so much, Professor. And we're really grateful, and thank you for underscoring those key areas that need to be emphasized. The issues of operational capacity, human capacity, transformative capacity, strategic planning and thinking, and we will continue to engage even through the chat. There are quite a number of questions there. So if you can also look at that, and we'll start responding to those. I'll go to our second speaker, and I want to welcome you, Mr. Alvin Marcioma, the Executive Director of Tax Justice Network Africa. Mr. Marcioma, it's always a pleasure to have you. And I'll go directly to the question, and I hope it is a very good afternoon for you. As often said, widening the tax base in countries, and we saw all the speakers previously spoke about this, is crucial to increase domestic resource mobilization. A lot has been said about the widening gap of inequality, and I know that TJNA has done a lot of work in this regard. In your opinion, what do you consider as the three most important ingredients to reducing the widening gap within the framework of reducing illicit financial flows and considering the effects of this pandemic? Over to you, Mr. Marcioma. Mr. Marcioma, if you can unmute yourself and please take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mary, for the opportunity and ATAF.
Mr. Marcioma.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mary, and for the opportunity, and ATAF for organizing this meeting in collaboration with GIZ. And I hope that you'll also be as kind to me as you are with the professor in giving me a little bit more time. But I'll try to keep to the 6-7 minutes that you have provided. Now, the question around inequality, of course, is a very broad term. You can look at from the global perspective. The conversation what the previous speaker spoke about, Mustafa, when he was speaking about the North-South divide, the power.
Mr. Marcioma, we are not able to get your voice.
Determine who's setting the rules.
Please click on the original audio.
Sorry. Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Mr. Marcioma.
All right. Thank you. So I was saying inequality is a very broad term that you can look at it from a global perspective or a domestic perspective. When you look at it from the global perspective, of course, we talk a lot about the geopolitical interests that determine the rulemaking. But for the purpose of this, I'll largely focus on the domestic aspect of the growing inequality. The conversation on tax in the context of development has really largely focused on the role that tax
we can't hear
can play
Marcioma,
in
maybe.
supporting.
Do we think we?
Ephraim, I think it's on your end because we can hear.
Sorry, I'm being told you can hear me, but Ephraim says he can't.
Sorry, I cannot hear him from where I am.
Can the comms team please help us in that regard?
Can you hear me, Professor?
I can hear Mr. Marcioma.
Good morning, Mr. Marcioma. Kindly.
I also cannot hear him.
Interpretation icon and select English.
So some can hear me and some okay. I see. Okay.
Mute the original audio.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Alvin, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. So I was saying that the conversation on tax in the context of development has really largely focused on the role that tax can play in supporting our domestic resource mobilization. However, there is need to look at tax beyond supporting domestic resource mobilization and focus on what tax can do as a tool for redistribution. And when we talk of inequality, I think that in the context of Africa, a good tax system is one that should distribute income and ensure that in the higher income the tax ensure that taxation, the wealthy are being taxed to pay for services at the lower level. Studies, including the recent ATAF annual tax outlook, show that VAT is the largest source of revenue for many African countries and accounts for the regressive character of VAT added to consumers and particularly low-income earners. Therefore, it's a clear recommendation that in order to address the growing inequality, countries should consider reforms that change the equation and introduce increase in taxes such as capital gains tax, property taxation, and taxation of the wealth, including high net worth individuals, would be a step in the right direction to ensure that the tax policy is playing a role, not just in form of domestic mobilization, but also redistributive aspect of tax. Secondly, when we look at the growing, widening inequality, it's linked to the fact that there's little effort has been made to involve due to the perception that tax is, particularly illicit financial flows, is considered as a complex subject and largely a dominance of tax decisions being made largely by the executive. I think going forward, there is need for an effective measure to increase that, to ensure that citizens are not just partakers. Design and the discussion around the tax. Recent study by Tax Justice Network Africa shows largely benefited multinational companies, also linked to the fact that the structures that have been put in place are not conducive to support effective citizens' engagement in tax policy design. Lastly, it's also important to underscore that tax decisions are largely political. Technical discussions tax have largely overshadowed the political dimensions and led to almost an echo chamber in terms of discussions of tax among tax policy experts. Success on tax agenda in terms of ability to address growing inequality would depend on our ability to bring political decision makers on the table. Tax should not remain the domain of experts, but ensure that other actors, including members of parliament and other political actors, are brought on the table to generate the necessary political will to address and ensure that we're working towards a progressive and equitable tax system in Africa. I'll stop there, Mary.
Thank you very much, Alvin, and thank you for highlighting those key and important areas, especially the work that you're doing in this regard, and especially the fact that you're highlighting that the wealthy need to be taxed adequately. And I believe the whole world is now trying to work around that. So we'll continue this conversation there in this regard. I wish to thank you so much, Mr. Marcioma. I would like now to call my third panelist, Mr. Logan Watt. Mr. Watt, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mary.
Yes, and thank you so much for participating on this. I know it's been a long day for you. You have heard what Professor Nadozie said. You have heard what Mr. Marcioma has said, and ATAF has been doing a lot of work in this regard. So there were a number of tax relief measures that were that ATAF work advised different countries to about, and especially on business continuity. And there were some recommendations that ATAF made in this regard. How far, in your opinion, have these come? And what are the results of these measures? And do you know if these have been misused? And what are some, in your opinion, are there some lessons that can be shared with the participants? Over to you, Mr. Ward. And if you can stick to the time agreed on the chat, I would be most grateful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mary. And I won't mind if you cut me off if I go on too long. It's really good to share the platform again with my dear brother, Professor Nadozie, and Alvin, Marcioma, and to see Mustafa. And thank you for a great presentation. It's great to see you again. And so many questions, important questions raised by everyone, and that one around capacity building, especially who and where and who designs it and why. It will be an interesting discussion, Professor Nadozie, as we look at a collaboration in the broader capacity building field as led by your foundation. Importantly, for us in looking at a tax response to COVID in ATAF, business continuity, Mary, was of critical importance during the COVID time. Business continuity for the economy, business continuity for businesses, so that they can at least try and sustain themselves and continue to grow. And so we needed to give some advice to ensure that there is kind of liquidity within the economy so that businesses can continue. And for that liquidity to be there had to be some ease in compliance requirements. And so we kind of recommended, and not out of our own, but we had a number of seminars with policymakers and tax administrations, at least 4 in 2019 and 2020, in 2020, where we looked at what countries were doing. And part of that was to, for example, postpone debt, suspend interest, extend deadlines, because people just were not making money. It is important to note that in one of the seminars, Egypt, for example, said that their key focus as a revenue administration, but also as a broader economic policy approach, was to keep the economy liquid. And it's interesting, for example, the two approaches, if you can compare on the sale of cigarettes and alcohol. In South Africa, for example, there was a total ban on that. The result of that was a boost in the illicit economy and a massive amount of liquidity flowing to the organized underworld. In Egypt, instead, they didn't ban it. They added levies to it. And so those who, despite health recommendations, were still purchasing, the government got that revenue and not the illicit world. And so the kind of proceeds out of a COVID reaction was different in different countries. But through those seminars and conversations with revenue authorities across the continent, we could publish some guidelines for countries. And through that, we then published a suggested tax relief measures, easing administrative compliance, and also reinforcing risk management, because you also have to rely on kind of the judgment of who you give relief to, who you give extensions to, and who potentially, as you say, can abuse whatever relief measures are then given. So we did not, so our member countries report that there's not been large-scale abuse of the relief measures, but revenue authorities had to be alert, and that was part of our recommendation. It is interesting that we note, for example, some puzzling figures of losses that countries have sustained during COVID-19 pandemic. This, especially in the area of customs, have suffered some significant losses, making significant losses that could be the result of undervaluation, misinvoicing, trade mispricing. In our data analysis and research, we've estimated that in the first 3 months of lockdown, the continent, across the continent, a total of $487 million was lost in customs revenue alone. And these could be a reduction of trade, actual trade, and the movement of goods and people. But it could also be those elements of under-invoicing, mispricing, and so on. And so in February from customs, the share of revenue loss was about 2%, about $49 million. But by April 2020, this month, most African countries are in lockdown, and we see losses amounting to around 346 million. And so that's an important element. And so the risk management approach, the risk model approach, is what we've been supporting countries with. Easing of restrictions and compliance to promote liquidity. And finally, digitalization. And those countries who have invested in the digitalization, who have automated, have come out better. They've been able to collect and work remotely. And that is very, very important. Finally, I think it's important to say that a lot has been said about interagency cooperation, but those countries who have established good or even some sort of interagency cooperation found the benefits thereof during COVID-19. So the digitalization of your processes, the interagency and the regulatory environment that covers information sharing within that interagency environment, because you need a legal framework within which to operate that, easing the compliance burden, keeping liquidity. Those have been the key elements around which tax administrations and revenue survived. I thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Watt. That was really insightful. There are quite a number of questions in the chat, so I'll go directly to those so that we can use the next few minutes and then conclude the session. And to you, Mr. Watt, again, there is, I think one area that the three of you agree on, Professor Nadozie, Mr. Marcioma, and yourself, is that there's need for policy direction. And that is still rather on the low in this area of illicit financial flows, considering that there are quite a number of recommendations, but the implementation is not gaining a lot of uptake. What is your take, and what do you think should be the role of the African Union in this?
Mary, I heard you mention my name, so I take it's first to me.
Yes, that's you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I think that if you look at the report that Professor Nadozie referred to, that he was a central part of drawing up, and that Alvin and I and others have been studying and have been working on to stop the bleeding, a central part of that is something called low-hanging fruit. And so, you know, the issue around incentives and the extractive industry are things that within our control. We can change the contracts, we can stop the incentives, we can change the regulatory environment about intercompany transfers, and those are the things to a limited extent that we have been doing in those countries that ATAF has been supporting, that resulted in the $2.5 billion of cash of assessments and 800 million in the bank that would not have been there if we didn't take that low-hanging fruit. So that's the results we're talking about. But it required a change, a shift in policy and a shift in legislation, but also a will to do this. So we've developed a transfer pricing guideline. We've developed a treaty guidelines. We've started with a capacity, and with ACBF and the work of Tax Justice Network, we can intensify this. But centrally, the African Union has a central role to play in that policy direction. Quickly, if you look at incentives is immediately tackled, not in the best way, but in the taxation of the digital economy. One of the consequences of that agreement is a minimum tax rule, or subject to tax rule, which basically says nobody cannot pay nothing anyway. And so if we now give incentives to companies, they are going to have to pay a minimum tax of at least 12.5% to 15% somewhere, even if they don't give it to us. So by giving that incentive in the future, that company is not going to pay it to your country, but they're going to have to pay it to someone. So it kicks incentives into touch. However, why do we need international standards for that? Why couldn't we make African and domestic legislation for that? So the AU has an important role to play in that policy direction. The platform, His Excellency, the Commissioner spoke about, is an important platform. So we hope as ATAF, and maybe even as the Consortium on Illicit Financial Flows, to help give the technical platform for the continent to finally start looking at converging policy direction in issues around taxation and broadly illicit financial flows. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watt and Mr. Marcioma. I know TJNA has been doing a lot of work in this regard, and you're active members in the consortium against illicit financial flows. What do you think, and what do you think the African Union should be doing to support this process? If you can use 2 minutes, I'll be obliged. Over to you, Mr. Marcioma. Mr. Marcioma?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the role of the African Union here, beyond just the role that it plays as a political convener, much has been said about how the magnitude of illicit financial flows has grown from 50 to about 90 now. I think there's an important role that the AU can play in terms of tracking the progress in a very systematic way. Much of the information and data we have is very anecdotal. We know that country X has introduced this legislation, country Y has received this amount of money in terms of asset recovery, but there is no systematic mechanism of tracking the progress that we are making. And I think without that, we will all be an African institution that is at the heart of this illicit financial flow conversation. It's important to develop mechanisms that would enable all the actors in this space know exactly where we are as a form of measuring temperature and also celebrating the successes that we are making. And I think I don't know, Mary, if you're hearing me.
Yes, I was hearing, but barely. I don't know if it's an issue on my side or if it's on your side. Are you done, Mr. Marcioma?
Yes, I'm done. Unfortunately, my apologies. My internet seems to be very, very unreliable.
No, thank you. Thank you. I think we got the gist of your response. And I also know that you're organizing the Pan-African Conference, and we'll get an opportunity to, to have even a wider discussion in this regard. So thank you so much, Mr. Marcioma. Professor Nadozi, last but not least, there are quite a number of issues that are, a couple of questions that are in the chat. So I'll pose those directly to you. Professor, you identified capacities across the continent as an issue. It would be good to hear exactly what mechanism is in place by the ACBF to coordinate capacity across the continent to support reduction on illicit financial flows, and what recommendations would you lend to the continent to enable sustainable funding in the face of capacity building? Over to you, Professor, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Aside from the work that we do on demand by our member states, because we have over 40 member states that are shareholders of ACBF, and also to support the African Union's work in this area. These sort of things we do directly to support countries. And if you look at the story of ACBF in the past 30 years, ACBF has really built capacity of the institutions of financial institutions and those that are also involved directly or indirectly with fighting illicit financial flows, from ministries of finance and central banks, as well as the parliaments. But the most important thing that we do, and we believe that everybody who is involved in capacity development should pay attention to, because where the problem is so enormous that we don't think ACBF alone can solve it. So the first thing to do, and this is ACBF practice, is to know what problem you're trying to solve. That is to say that you cannot have a solution looking for a problem. So we do capacity audit or capacity needs assessment to see the gaps. And then this helps us to design the appropriate capacity strategies, either by country or by region. But we emphasize three things. One is that it won't happen overnight. The second thing is that stakeholder participation is important. And the third is that the ownership of stakeholders is there. The second point is that we have to design and implement capacity development programs, paying attention upfront about capacity retention and capacity utilization. It should not be an afterthought, because in many instances, we have moved beyond capacity building. We are now worried about retaining the capacity that has already been built, and also utilizing them. So the idea of incentives and the idea of strategies to retain the capacity and to utilize them is something that must be part and parcel of the capacity development program. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And when we're starting, Mustafa said something. He used a very interesting imagery of a container that has a hole in it. The more that is put in it, the more that is drained. Mustafa, you've heard from Professor Nadozie, you've heard from Alvin, Marcioma, the head of TJNA, and you've heard from Mr. Watt. And they are giving different solutions and they're providing different ideas. Do you feel that the recommendations that you gave and what they are giving will get us there? Do you have any additional thoughts? Just 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mary. Yes, I've listened to all of them, and I think in a way we are all saying the same thing. Like I said, my recommendations were sort of broad recommendations, but you can hear from what the prof rightly said, looking at going down into really the nitty-gritty of capacity building. It's easy to say, let's train this number of staff. Sometimes you need a very good strategy, and like you rightly said, there's institutional capacity and there's human capacity development, and there's also retaining capacity within the administration. So if we don't look at these things, there is no way that we will make any significant progress. And in terms of the political economy of international taxation, like Alvin rightly mentioned, and the role the likes of the EU will play, I think it's very important that we have a very frank conversation in Africa, because it seems like we're having this conversation over and over again, and we're still in the same place. So we need to really find very, and that's why I ended with that quote from the co-chairs of the FACTI panel. Like it goes beyond just say. We really need to walk the talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we come to the end of this session. I want to thank you all. I think there were 3 key takeaways. One is that there's need for coordination between the different players. And there's so much work on the continent, and together we can all do it. Secondly, so this is the stakeholder coordination. There was also a key reason, recommendation that was given, monitoring the uptake of the recommendations that have been done by the high-level panel and FACTI and everybody else. So, and I think that was summarized by what Mr. Watt said: action, action, and more action. So I'd like to thank you, Mustafa, for the presentation. I'd like to thank my panelists, Professor Nadozie, Mr. Marcioma and Mr. Watt, and I'm sure that we live here all engaged and ready to work together to try and make this work. So back to you, Ephraim, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mary Baine, Director of Tax Program at the ATAF Secretariat. Having listened to you, Chairperson, the presentation from Mustafa, Professor Emmanuel Nadozi, Mr. Alvin Marcioma, and Mr. Rogan Watt, I think delegates have no doubt in their mind as to where we are on combating illicit financial flows, especially in the era of pandemic. So I will quickly move to second session, which is chaired by Irunga Tatu, Technical Advisor, GIZ. Please, Mr. Tatu, take the floor and then introduce your panelists. The topic is on exchange of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to everyone. I'm pleased to have the pleasure to chair this panel on exchange of information. And also I'm picking up on what Mustafa said. It seems like we've been discussing about this for a while, and we are not sure that we're seeing a lot of changes. And maybe that's where exchange of information comes into play. So the exchange of information system is a system that allows revenue authorities to share taxpayer information. This form of exchange is critical to ensure that revenue services have information on cross-border transaction and activities. And it also has a critical importance for domestic exchanges. This mechanism is a mechanism that empowers taxpayers and financial institutions to understand their clients and also the type of transactions that those clients are running. This session aims to examine the importance of exchange of information on the African continent, as well as looking at how exchange of information, we commonly call EOI, can help tax administration to improve tax collection and minimize IFF. I'm very pleased and honored to have on this panel, Mr. Hakim Ahmadi, head of the Capacity Building and Outreach Unit at the Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax Purposes, as well as Mr. Errol Makubela, Chief Director for Financial Markets and Stability at the South African National Treasury, and Mr. R.C. Terblanche, Technical Expert on Exchange of Information for ATAF. Dear panel members, welcome to this session. I would invite you to turn your camera on if that is possible. This panel, as I think after the question asked by or raised by Mustafa as a critical task, I think. Are we still looking at IFF as business as usual? Are there any solutions? And maybe exchange of information and transparency, which is the theme of this conference, will take more sense after we know more from you. Indeed, IFF poses a major threat to most economies in Africa and a major source of drain to revenues, particularly in times of our recent pandemic. And exchange of information is one of the major tools at the disposal of tax administration to improve their domestic resources through deterring IFF. The achievement of exchange of information in other parts of the world can easily be emulated in Africa, given the few success stories that we had in the continent. I have questions for my panel members, which I hope will give us more insights on how exchange of information and transparency initiatives that are run in the continent actually deter illicit financial flows. I will ask to my panel members specific questions. As a house rule, I will ask if you could address the question within 6 to 7 minutes, if I can be more generous than my former chair. Also, I would invite the participant to the conference to ask their questions in writing in the Q&A button of the webinar. If times permits, I'll try to take a few questions at the end of the session. For the house rules for the participant asking their questions, I would strongly insist that your question will be of 3 sentences maximum, so that we can allow our panel members to take on more questions and address them thoroughly. I would, first thing come first, I will start this discussion with Akim. Welcome, Akim. It's a pleasure to have you on this panel. The Africa Initiative is a collaborative effort between the Global Forum, its African members, a number of regional and international organizations and development partners, and in particular, ATAF. According to the tax transparency report that was published in 2021, the Africa Initiative has now 33 African member countries, with Mali joining in 2020, and most recently Algeria joining earlier this month. Mr. Hamadi, I have the following question for you, as you have the pleasure to start this panel discussion. Would you consider that the growing number of jurisdictions is a sign that Africa is finally following the footsteps of the rest of the world in embracing and implementing exchange of information on requests and automatic exchange of information, both quantitatively and qualitatively? Akim, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think your microphone is muted.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I'll ask our technical team maybe to assist.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I can start.
For some reason, I can't hear anything.
May I ask you to temporarily unmute your, unmute original audio so you can hear the speaker. Sorry about that, Jim.
All right, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, perfect. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will gladly answer your question. So curbing illicit financial flows from Africa is critical to ensure the financing of the continent development. And as you know, tax evasion forms an important part of the illicit financial flows. By increasing transparency and exchange of information for tax purposes, countries all around the world and in Africa are deterring and fighting tax evasion. In 2014, the Africa Initiative was launched as a partnership between ATAF and the Global Forum and its African members and a number of regional and international organizations. And the issue was evident. While the past decade showed the benefits of—
Thabo, are you able to listen to Mr. Hakim? Or it's on my side?
No, I can hear him, Ephraim. I think you have to switch, you have to unmute your original audio for now, which is just temporarily, but please, Mr. Hamadi, carry on.
Thank you. So the issue was evident at that time, while the past decade showed the benefits of implementing transparency standards and using administrative cooperation, African countries were not using these tools to the same extent as other countries. The goal was also clear. The objective was to unlock the potential of tax transparency for Africa by ensuring that African countries are equipped to explore the improvement in global transparency to better tackle tax evasion. With the publication in May 2021 of the third edition of the Tax Transparency in Africa report by ATAF, the African Union Commission and the Global Forum, we can measure the progress achieved in two strategic axes of the initiative, but also the remaining challenges. The first axis is to increase political awareness about the benefits of tax transparency. This is intended to gain the necessary political buy-in and commitment from African decision makers. And you know, this commitment is critical for the implementation of transparency standards. The commitment to tax transparency agenda is visibly increasing on the continent. First, more and more African countries participate to the work of the Global Forum to ensure effective exchange of information. The number of African members increased from 17 in 2014 to 33 to date. In addition, a tax transparency agenda is spreading across the continent. 30 African countries and the African Union Commission have endorsed the Yaoundé Declaration, which calls to fight tax evasion and other illicit financial flows through tax transparency and exchange of information. The African continent has taken ownership of tax transparency. The Africa Initiative is led by senior officials of African countries. Currently, Mr. Giti Mburu, Commissioner General of Kenya Revenue Authority, and Mr. Edward Kiswetter, Commissioner General of the South African Revenue Service, are assuming the function of chair and vice chair of the Africa Initiative. In addition, the African Union Commission is leading the tax transparency agenda on the continent and supports the Africa Initiative. And I would like to thank His Excellency Ambassador Albert Muchanga, Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Industry and Mining, for his commitment and support. However, 40% of the African Union members are not yet participating to the tax transparency agenda. It is therefore essential that more African countries, all African countries, join the initiative. The second strategic axis is to develop capacities in African countries in tax transparency. Since 2014, the results achieved thanks to the capacity building programs of the Africa Initiative partners have been impressive and promising. And I will share now with you some interesting findings of the report. African countries are building the infrastructure needed to effectively use exchange of information to tackle tax evasion. For instance, 86% of the initiative members have now a delegated competent authority for exchange of information. 69% an exchange of information unit, 72% a documented exchange of information procedure, and 60% a tracking system. This is a great improvement compared to 2014, but as you can see, more can be done. African countries are also broadening their exchange of information networks to allow tax auditors and investigators to have access to information held abroad, which are needed to enforce domestic laws. To date, 22 African countries participate to the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, compared to 7 in 2014. With 144 participating jurisdictions, the Convention is the widest instrument allowing for all forms of administrative cooperation. And African countries have now more than 3,700 bilateral exchange of information relationships, which includes developed countries, financial centers, and developing countries. However, 2022 is still a small number. The level of knowledge on exchange of information has also risen sharply. In 2020, 73% of the Africa Initiative members rated the knowledge in exchange of information of their team as medium or high, compared to 23% in 2014. African countries were rarely using the exchange of information in their tax audit. Only 38 requests were sent by African countries in 2014. In 2020, African countries sent 460 requests, and for the first time, they became net senders of requests for exchange of information. Progressively, a culture of exchange of information is being built in African tax administration, but the use of exchange of information remains uneven between African countries. Automatic exchange of financial account information is also now a tipping point in the fight against tax evasion. Over 100 jurisdictions are already exchanging every year financial account information on automatic basis, and this number will reach 118 in 2023. However, the implementation of automatic exchange has been limited at the early stage in Africa, with only Mauritius, Seychelles, and South Africa engaged. The dynamic has changed, and now 5 additional African countries are committed to start their first automatic exchanges by 2023. And I will mention Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria, Uganda. Ghana having already exchanged, and Nigeria as well. Other African countries are also considering the implementation of automatic exchange. So briefly, African countries have taken strong steps to implement an infrastructure allowing them to effectively exchange information between them, but also with other countries. While quantitative and qualitative data are promising, room for improvements remains. The Africa Initiative must continue to work with African countries to strengthen their capacities to build a solid infrastructure and network for exchange of information and to implement automatic exchange of information. This will better equip tax administration for their fight against illicit financial flows and will ultimately lead to increased domestic revenue. Since 2009, exchange of information has enabled African countries to identify over 1.2 billion of additional revenues. In comparison, in Latin America, at least 12 billion in additional revenues have been identified since 2014. So progress can be made as well in this area. To conclude, tax transparency is critical for the achievement of Agenda 2063 by contributing to the domestic resource mobilization and responding to the legitimate aspiration of African people. If great progress has been achieved, more can be done. Tax transparency is more important than ever to help governments cope with the consequences of the COVID-19 crisis. With the support of donors, the commitment of African countries, and African Initiative partners, I am personally convinced that the Africa Initiative will continue to advance tax transparency to the benefit of African countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Hakeem, for this this thorough information, both on the quantitative and the qualitative side of the work on transparency and exchange of information that you have been conducting alongside with ATAF and other partners. There's one thing that you have pointed that I think certainly has caught the attention of many of people amongst our participants. As you said, I think Latin America has definitely achieved better rewards in the exchange of information in terms of the money collected compared to Africa. So when it comes to the political awareness, I understand, as many participants on this conference, that the commitment from African countries is critical. As you said, we have more than 54 member countries and in the continent, and for now 33 countries are on the initiative. I just briefly want to ask you, because I think this is a question that many of people are wondering, what is holding back the commitment of more countries on this journey of tax transparency for further collection of revenues? Briefly, if you could, Hakeem.
Thank you for this important question. I would say that countries have different priorities, and sometimes transparency is not the main priorities because the situation of some African countries is not the same as others. The whole purpose of the Africa Initiative and the work of all the partners is to convince about the benefits of transparency, and also to fight some myths about the complexity of exchange of information, about the fact that exchange of information is more relevant for developed countries than developing countries. And with all the information collected through the Africa Initiative and the Tax Transparency in Africa report, we have now information that are very important to convince and to show to decision makers. And I would say also that with the support of the African Union Commission and the Commissioner is very supportive, and also with the interaction with Logan and other colleagues, when we interact with decision makers, we can now, with factual elements, demonstrate that the situation is not as it should be in Africa compared to other regions. But one thing also to say, this 1.2 billion is just an illustration of what could be the potential, but we don't have all the figures. All African countries are not tracking the revenues generated, and this is a pity. And we are now working under the Africa Initiative to help also countries to identify what was the gains through exchange of information. So we'll have better information, better cases to showcase, to show to countries that are not participating to the work, and also they will be able to compare themselves with their peers, which is also very, very important.
Thank you so much, Hakim, for this response. I think it's a perfect segue for the question I have for another panel member in this session. I will ask Errol maybe to turn your camera on so that we can see you. There's one thing, maybe two things that Hakim, you have said, which I think is a perfect segue. Countries in Africa have many priorities. And also the second thing that I think is very interesting is that the complexity of exchange of information is a myth. And Errol, which is our next panelist on this discussion, is with the South African National Treasury. And South Africa has long recognized the problem of IFFs and has taken strong steps to fight them. This can be seen from the work that the South African Revenue Service has accomplished alongside with the National Reserve Bank and the National Treasury. On the fight against illicit transfer and tax-based erosion, it seems that those three institutions have relentlessly focused on high net worth individuals. And the Reserve Bank and the National Treasury introduced a few years back an exchange control amnesty that is completing tax measure in order to provide an opportunity to South African taxpayers to repatriate illegal offshore income and assets. So cognizant of the different priorities that African countries have, and also the complexity of exchange of information, as Hakim has pointed, there's a lot of different stakeholders. It seems like South Africa has a battalion that is addressing illicit financial flows using both SARS, the Reserve Bank, and the National Treasury. So my first question for you, Errol, from the perspective of the Reserve Bank and the National Treasury, have you seen an increase in application for clearance from South African taxpayers to repatriate illicit funds to South Africa that could qualify as a success in combating IFF and capturing illicit proceeds from abroad? You have 6 minutes to address the question, please. Over to you, Errol. I will ask you to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Your question is quite loaded, but yet very interesting. And I must say that, from South Africa, as you have correctly said, we do take the combating of illicit financial flows very seriously. And of course, it doesn't really matter whether it's done by high net worth individuals or it's just people who are not considered to be high net worth nature. And we do have a strategy, as South Africa to address illicit financial flows, which really begins at national level. But we've also recognized the fact that it should include regional, continental, and the global approach. And therefore, the issue of the transparency and exchange of information becomes very important. And yes, we have had that tax amnesty where we had a number of applications where people applied to repatriate, the funds that are offshore. So what we do have currently as a system, as you have alluded to, we've got an interagency working group which comprises of, the South African Reserve Bank, the Financial Intelligence Center, the South African Police, State Security, South African Reserve Bank, and Revenue Service, which basically, looks at all of these cases, combine up ideas and resources, but mainly prioritize these cases, to make sure that we fight the issue of illicit financial flows. And obviously that goes back to the issue of the definition, to say that, what do we really define as illicit financial flows? And in our case, and really for the purposes of this interagency working group, we define it as illegal movement of money or capital from one country to another where funds are illegally earned, transferred, and utilized. The fact that they are being moved or illegally transferred to another country, the issue of engaging is with regards to exchange of information becomes very important, from a national treasury perspective. So the strategy that we have really is to make sure that we exploit all the legal loopholes, that are there, that have been exploited by multinational corporations, which allow for money to be taken out of the country and invested in other states, while the profits are not repatriated, in South Africa. And we agree that this should be included in the regional and the continental approach, which is quite important. And therefore also agree that, as part of the strategy, we should make cash declarations by those that are in transit obligatory, which is the case in many other countries. And the other issue really, which is the biggest elephant in the room, is the issue of the corruption, and which mainly happens even at the OR Tambo International Airport, and that takes side of extensive smuggling of cash in massive, which becomes really a massive challenge, that must be addressed, and that is something that we see. And also recognize the fact that we need to an amendment of legislation in terms of the transit jurisdiction that is already in progress and its presentation to Parliament for conclusion and sign off. And we want to make sure that we track that. So the interagency working group has also reached an agreement to support the illicit financial flows tracking working group. And we just need to make sure that we appoint a permanent representatives to attend these meetings. I beg your pardon. So I think I can just say that, from our side, we have a strategy, and we take the issue of illicit financial flows very seriously, and we want to foster the issue of transparency and the exchange of information. And the interagency working group that we have does assist in terms of identifying cases and is able to, to recover. I mean, we have in excess of 400 million that has been recovered to date. As a result of this interagency working group that we have. We have a matter that is currently in court. We have 2 matters that are currently in the prosecution stage, and one matter where arrests, of at least 4 suspects, are imminent. And we've got these investigations, that involve tax compliance and audits, and I think it's about 7 or so cases. The point I'm trying to make is that we've got this interagency working group, and we do take the issue of illicit financial flows very seriously from our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Errol, for responding on time, just under that. and also for this comprehensive response. I think one of the elements that you mentioned about South Africa is that the interagency working group approach seems to yield very tangible results. And also, my understanding in addressing one of the comments that Akim made previously about the complexity of exchange of information, is it actually a myth? Seems to point that there is maybe a multi-pronged approach to tackle IFF, and that's what I think South Africa is doing with the interagency working group. Also, one of the elements that I think you pointed out, which I think is tremendously important and certainly caught the attention of all participants to this conference, is that amongst the strategy, one country needs to exploit the loopholes, and people working in taxation would know how much taxpayer can come with a very sophisticated approach to exploit existing loopholes. The same way interagency have done it in South Africa is really to look into those loopholes, and also in amending legislation to constantly adjust to the complexity or the strategies that are used by taxpayers to exploit the loopholes on illicit, which are part of the illicit financial flows. And I think this is also very interesting, what you mentioned, Errol, and it's also a segue to invite my next panelist for one question or two. And my next panelist is Mr. R.C. Terreblanche, is a technical expert on exchange of information for ATAF. R.C., I will ask you to turn your hello, R.C.
Thabo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry.
All right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
R.C., before you go, I just would like to maybe set the scene, because I think a lot of what the two other panelists have said are very relevant, and I think that will be also useful in addressing your questions. So as I said, Errol has pointed out there's a lot of loopholes, and South Africa has tried to address them. There are proceeds that were collected, and there are court proceedings taking place and investigations. And what I think Errol also is pointing out, and also mentioned by Akim, is that the infrastructure that is needed for exchange of information is critical to help tax administration collect more revenues. In the year 2020, there are 2 African countries that have identified nearly 35 million euros of additional taxes as a direct consequence of exchange of information on requests. While there is also a growing interest for African countries to embrace automatic exchange of information. RC, the question I would like to ask you first is, considering this amount of estimated IFF, as mentioned in the first session, and knowing that there is a need for improved infrastructure for exchange of information and transparency in general, what are the critical steps that countries in the continent should consider in adopting greater transparency measure and embracing exchange of information in general? Over to you, RC.
Thank you very much, Thabo. Good afternoon. The one thing that I would like to start off by saying what should not be done. So currently we have sufficient regulatory frameworks that have been developed over time So countries shouldn't necessarily go and try to reinvent the wheel and create their own regulatory frameworks. The templates are available. But it is then important for countries to actually now start to implement these regulatory frameworks. And in my view, one of the most important aspects in this conversation is the topic around beneficial ownership. When we look at illicit financial flows and trying to follow the money, I think you would all agree that the most critical, important, and necessary aspect for any revenue authority is to understand who is the ultimate natural person or the warm body that is the recipient of any of the transactions or the funds that flow. Surprisingly, it's not necessarily only limited to illicit financial flows, but also in other aspects of exchange of information. But what we see in practice is that legal entities, especially financial institutions, when we look at automatic exchange of information, do struggle to capture the relevant information because of the competition that is within financial institutions to open an account as soon as possible. So there is a conflict in the regulatory requirements versus the business requirements. And therefore, countries should really look at how to implement the legislative frameworks in such a way that the data capturing is made easier. The use of information technology then comes to mind about how to address these considerations. There are various tools available to capture information and to obtain especially beneficial ownership information, and where we look at structures that are very complex between different financial centers, it is then necessary to cooperate between jurisdictions to ensure information is accurately captured. And revenue administrations should then also invest in information technology tools, especially data mining tools, risk identification tools, creating feasible options to mine big sets of data to identify potential risks, and then working closely with other law enforcement agencies to share the information, not only under the domestic law or the domestic framework, but then also looking at the respective legal instruments available for exchange of information and to utilize these particular legal instruments to enhance the sharing of information between the revenue authorities as well as other law enforcement agencies. Now, it's all good and well if you want to have the most beautiful information technology system, but it won't really help you much if you don't have an operational and a sustainable exchange of information unit. So it is necessary for revenue authorities to actually start exchanging information. One doesn't necessarily have to go and appoint a person on a full-time basis. It is then relevant to start with a process, start with exchanging information, and also appoint the relevant skilled personnel in these positions and allow them to have the freedom to exchange information within the international frameworks. Thank you, Thabo.
Thank you, RC. I think you pointed out some of the elements that were also mentioned is the need of capacity, increasing need of capacity, and also intercooperation within different agencies, and also I think at the regional and the global level. I have, RC, one additional question for you, if I may, because I think you finished way ahead of time. From your experience as an EOI expert, and I think this is one of the questions that was asked in the previous panel, but not necessarily on EOI, but which are the low-hanging fruits for African countries? And which areas of exchange of information require urgent strengthening to achieve the targets on combating IFFs?
I think, first of all, one of the most urgent considerations for African jurisdictions is the implementation of automatic exchange of information. It provides unprecedented information relating to financial account holders, transactions, and the ability to request information which under normal circumstances would have been very difficult to request information. One only have to go and look at the history of the implementation of the Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act and some of the comments that the IRS have posed to the US Senate in terms of the shortcomings that your exchange of information on request process has. So automatic exchange of information is one of the most critical aspects and considerations that countries need to consider. Illicit financial flows and the auditing of cases in a revenue authority has also largely to do with following the money, the ability to obtain evidence. And when providing training seminars, I always emphasize it is the ability to ask the right question. It is fairly easy to ask a number of questions, but if one has a particular end goal in mind, then one needs to ask the right questions. And therefore, it is necessary to have specific training, bespoke training developed for African revenue administrations, which I would consider to say that, you know, scenario planning events that one create. And that will allow revenue administrations to enhance their skills, not only from a theoretical perspective, but also then from a practical perspective. And then lastly, to deal with that is, how does a revenue authority utilizes the information that it has to its availability? Does the revenue authority have the ability to obtain third-party data that will allow them to identify specific transactions, specific persons of interest? And to that extent, it comes back to the point that I've made earlier under the legal framework is, how can revenue authorities bolster their working relationship with other regulatory authorities, for instance, the Financial Intelligence Center or Financial Intelligence Agency, central banks, other financial institutions that could potentially be a source of income. And then to ensure that all of this information is presented in an electronic format and then being used during data mining tools, during data mining processes and risk identification processes to identify these particular instances of illicit financial flows, and then to commence with the process of requesting information. It is well known that illicit financial flow cases, money laundering cases, is not resolved within a week's time. So therefore, one needs to be very careful and very patient in dealing and investigating from a revenue authority's perspective, cases regarding illicit financial flows. And therefore, revenue administrations should acknowledge that and shouldn't be overeager to, shall I say, chase a monetary target. But when one introduces the process and one follows the process diligently, the results will speak for itself once reached a logical conclusion to the investigation process. Thank you, Thabo.
Thank you, RC. I think in essence of what you last said, something interesting, and I'll try to picture that. So basically, people working on exchange of information and who are combating IFF are basically building a puzzle. They need to have different pieces, which may be coming from different agencies and different sources. And this is a task that seems to take quite some time and have obviously yield results as shown in South Africa and in other jurisdictions. And also to pick up on what you said on automatic exchange of information, as Hakim said, there's an increasing number of countries who are embracing exchange of information. And this is definitely a tool that would give a better ability to request information and tackle IFF. So we're really hoping there's going to be more countries embracing automatic exchange of information. And maybe the last thing that you mentioned, which I think is good also to remind to our participants, is also tremendously about building capacity, because this seems to require a large amount of skills and knowledge, even though the framework might already be in place in order to achieve that. I would like to ask maybe one question to all the three panelist members before taking questions from the Q&A. And I think this points back to one of the things that you mentioned, Hakim. Even though African countries are making significant progresses in sending requests, they're still net receivers of requests. So one would definitely wonder what more can African countries do to increase the number of requests sent. I'll hand over the question to all the panelist members, and I mean, we could maybe take 2 comments or 3 should you deem useful. Over to you, my panel members.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I can start. It's a very broad question, so there will be a lot of possibilities to improve, but I will just mention the one I have immediately in mind, and some of them have been already mentioned. Training the auditors is very, very important, so they are not afraid to use exchange of information tools, and they understand that it is not very complicated to use when at least you have started using it. So training is important, and the Global Forum has a program called the Last Mile Seminar, which is a training for auditors to use exchange of information tools. This is very important. And we have also launched this year a Train the Trainer program, so that African colleagues, competent authorities, can train their own colleagues, so to multiply the effect of this training requirement. We mentioned also the infrastructure, and the problem is that some countries have now a very good infrastructure for exchange of information, but some others doesn't have it, and it comes with the exchange of information unit, the treaty network, etc. So this is also an area where we need to work. So I would say these are, for instance, 2 important elements to have. Maybe the last one would be also the role of the management and the higher management in the tax administration to incentivize the use of exchange of information. This is also an element that can be useful.
Thank you, Hakim. I hope that amongst our participants, I know we have a lot of Commissioner General attending, and what you mentioned, I think, is tremendously important, is the support of the management for EOI. I will maybe hand over to our 2 panelists if you want to add something. So what more can be done for African countries to be also more senders than receivers of requests? Errol, over to you.
Yeah, so thank you so much again. I think, I mean, the issue of training is quite important. And I think we really need to make sure that we develop skills in that regard. I think that is something that's so important. But I think what I just wanted to do was just to mention, the other drivers, which are threats and that we think should be that should be mitigated. In other words, the risk in that regard should be mitigated, and that will be the issue of weak border controls. I mean, lack of enforcement in border controls, that is an issue. I mean, if you look at airports and border posts are predominantly used for the transfer of illicit financial funds in and out of countries. So for geographical reasons, borders of some countries are impossible to police comprehensively, and that is actually a problem. And then you do find that there are issues of inadequate sanctions. So in other words, there is no incentive to punish those that are engaged in illicit trade, efficiently. And that is a problem. In other words, we just need to come up with stronger measures to make sure that, there is punishment of those that are found, transgressing and involved in illicit financial flows. And the other issue is the corruption. We see that enforcement and controls are undermined whenever the authorities are prepared to turn a blind eye in the price, and the price is right, for any corrupt activity that tends to accelerate and to fuel, the transgressions in that regard. So those are some of the things that we see. And I think it is quite important with regards to the issue of training that even as we train people, it's very important that we get adequate information. Information is key. You always need to manage. And for you to be able to manage, you need to measure it. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And therefore, that gathering of information is quite important. The analysis of that particular information, and then investigation and ultimately prosecution is very important. So we just need to make sure that there is proper alignment, of all of those capabilities in every respective country. Thank you.
Thank you, Errol. There's one thing that you mentioned, I think, which the Executive Secretary of ATAF also mentioned in his opening, I think, is on the collaboration when it comes to trade and customs. So this is also, I think, one of the important elements, and I understand that ATAF has also engaged working on that front. RC, would you like maybe to say that you are the EOI expert? From really your perspective, what is it that can be done that has not been done yet to achieve that?
There is, generally speaking, the concept that exchange of information is restricted to audit to transfer pricing cases. However, when you look at exchange of information as a supporting function in a revenue administration, it needs to deal with the taxpayer life cycle. So from registration of the taxpayer, filing of tax returns, the review of the tax returns, and eventually payment of tax returns. I think it is of critical importance that exchange of information unit starts to market its function so that it actually go and look for work, go and speak to the registration department, whether they require information on a potential suspicious taxpayer registration. So I would like to encourage revenue authorities to market the exchange of information process very actively within the revenue administration.
Thank you, RC. Thank you, panel members. I think we still have a few minutes for me to take on questions from the Q&A. And there's one question that I think seems to be quite complex to address. So in a very short amount of time. But let me read this question. And the question is from someone who's based in South Africa. And let me read it. So taxation is at the core of countries' sovereignty, but the interaction of domestic tax rules in some cases leads to gaps and friction. When designing the domestic tax rules, sovereign states may not sufficiently take into account the effect of other countries' rules. How to address this friction when sharing information in a way that respects tax sovereignty? That's a interesting and complex question. And I'm not sure who amongst my panel members would like to take on the question in 2 or 3 minutes.
I would like to volunteer Akim to address the question, but let me take a stab at it first. So under the respective legal instruments, there is the concept of reciprocity. One cannot, in practical terms, understand what the limitations or the tax rules for a different revenue administration would be. So whenever one provides training interventions, we also always encourage units to ask the question. The answer can always be no. No, sorry, I'm not going to exchange this information for a particular reason. But if you don't ask the question, you're not going to get an answer. So from a practical perspective, I would say, understand what your own legal framework is about, understand the concept of reciprocity, and then go and ask the question.
Thank you, Alcy. That was brief and I think on point. I'm not sure if other panel members would like to add something. If not, I think there's another interesting question, which basically is the following. So a big part of trade and transaction are between Asia and Africa. Does exchange information look into those specific flows? I think this is an interesting question because we mentioned Latin America. We have not mentioned Asia. I think, Akim, will be interesting for us to also have the numbers when it comes to Asia. But this is a very interesting question because many participants know that Asian countries are probably one of the major partners of many African countries at the moment. So does one of the panel members wants to volunteer in addressing this question? If we have a few minutes, because I see that the conference chair is asking me maybe to be connected of time. So that's the last question. We have 2-3 minutes to address the question. Over to you.
I can try to answer the question. First, it's important to understand that most of the Asian countries have signed the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, and more African countries are signing this convention. So basically, they have, for most of them, an instrument to exchange information between African countries and Asian countries. So this is an important element to have in mind because where you have economic relationship, this is where you may need also to have exchange of information instrument. So this is one important thing. I don't have the figures for Asia about the revenue collected for all Asia, but what I can say is that overall, it's about 107 billion of additional revenues that have been collected. And these revenues have been collected by developed countries, but also by developing countries. And for developing countries, the amount is about 30 billion. So 30 billion is an important figure. And part of it comes from Africa, 1.2 billion. Part of it comes from Latin America, 12 billion. So you can estimate what would be the amount for Asia out of the 30 billion. So, but also this is a big region and with a different economy, different size of economy. So the impact is probably broader in Asia. It is also important to acknowledge that Asia has been more involved in transparency at the beginning than Africa. So Africa is moving in the right direction and there is this dynamic, but this is an area where the Africa Initiative is still working with African countries.
Thank you, Akim. I think those last words are very important. Africa is moving to the right direction. There's still progresses that needs to be done, but we are definitely moving to the right direction. All good things must come to an end, unfortunately, and I'm very thankful and pleased of the session that we had. And I would like to ask the participants to join me in thanking our panel members. This session has been very informative and also engaging, looking at the question that I couldn't unfortunately take from the Q&A. And we have now a better picture of what exchange of information is, how exchange of information is actually progressing in the continent, that we have a lot of area to address, particularly in terms of training and capacity. This has been underlined several times, also in terms of infrastructure, and how this is a tool that could definitely be useful to tackle illicit financial flows and improve tax revenues in the consultant. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time that you have given us for this session. I'm handing over to you.
Thank you, Tatu. Thank you, Hakim, Mapubera, Arasita branch. The takeaway is EOI remains the first line of defense when it comes to curb illicit financial flows. And we need to help our countries to have the necessary infrastructure to make sure that they're able to exchange tax information. With those few remarks, let's go to the last session of today, which is being chaired by Aaron Mukungu from UNECA. Aaron, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name's Alan Mukungu. I work with UNECA. I'm leading on the program for economic governance and public finance. And I'm very excited to be talking today about the subject matter and the work that we have been working on and which we've been collaborating with ATAF. And happy that ATAF and GIZ have invited us to participate in this discussion. The preceding session has been talking quite a lot about exchange of information, and we know why that is important. And this session is going to try and galvanize some of those thoughts into very concrete areas. I have three very distinguished speakers who are going to share their experiences with us. And at the end of it all, you'll have opportunities to question them and have an exchange or provide more information yourselves, have an exchange so that we can contribute to maximizing opportunities under IFF information in the exchange of information process. But before we go on, just to remind you that we have two key features, actually three key features that you need to take advantage of. For those of you who are not speaking English, where some of us are speaking English, at the bottom of the screen, you will find an interpretation button. If you can click on that icon and choose your language of preference, that will be great. And also we have a Q&A provision there, which you can also visit and see how you can use it to raise your questions. The other one is also a chat room that you can use to interact with us and with each other. And then, of course, lastly, there is a provision for raising hands. So without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I think, like I said, accessing IFF's data sources that has been alluded to in the last session would help countries exchange information, which would go a long way in minimizing the occurrence of IFFs, which directly and negatively affect tax collection among African countries. This information can only be exchanged through the exchange of information requests, also known as EOIR, or the automatic exchange of information, also known as the AEOI. Still, there have been challenges facing the smooth running of this process, and this requires concerted efforts from all stakeholders to mitigate the situation. Now, with me, I've got three panelists who are going to help us answer some questions to within this particular framework. We've got Ms. Esther Abiaya Mbongo, a tax policy analyst and the Directorate of Taxes in Cameroon. We have Mr. Ziad Butler, the Director of Business Strategy and Technology, SBS Cross-Border Trade Specialists. And we have Mr. Ayetut Cyril Akpai, I might have murdered your name, but he's the chairman, the African Tax Forum, Tax Administration Forum Exchange of Information Technical Committee. So let me start with Ms. Esther. So Madam Esther, access to sources of tax information on IFFs is undoubtedly a tool to help the continent's tax administrations to collect more taxes and improve tax compliance. What factors do you think are delaying this process of accessing this crucial information and its exchange with tax treaty partners, especially in Africa? Madam Esther, I can see that actually you had raised your hand. I'm sorry I didn't see that before. I was going to say that you have about 7 minutes, but let us do 7 to 10 minutes since you've raised your hand, and you can also address the issue that you want to speak about. Madam Esther.
Merci de me passer la parole. J'avais levé la main parce que je ne recevais plus l'interprétation. Mais je crois que c'est bon maintenant. Je remercie la TAF et la GIZ de l'organisation de cette conférence. Je suis très honorée de pouvoir intervenir pour le compte de l'administration durant cette 3e session. Les développements précédents ont à suffisance démontré que les FFI sont des facteurs contribuant à la baisse drastique des recettes dans les pays en développement et africains en particulier. Ils compromettent dangereusement les objectifs de développement sur le continent. Pour minimiser ce fléau, la coopération intergouvernementale visant à renforcer la transparence fiscale et l'échange de renseignements des fins fiscales est aujourd'hui unanimement reconnu comme une arme puissante dans la lutte contre ces flux financiers en Afrique. Même s'il y a des progrès notables et encourageants en matière d'échange de renseignements sur le continent, notamment selon le rapport 2021 sur la transparence fiscale en Afrique, il ressort que pour la première fois en 2020, les pays africains ont envoyé plus de demandes de renseignements qu'ils n'en ont reçues, soit 460 demandes reçues contre 460 demandes envoyées contre 439 reçues. Même si cela n'est que le fait, comme l'a souligné au début de cette conférence, M. Logan Ward, d'une partie minime de pays, environ une vingtaine de pays échangent effectivement des renseignements sur le continent. Ce qui signifie que le potentiel de l'échange de renseignements est largement inexploité en Afrique. Or, en renforçant la transparence fiscale et l'échange de renseignements, les pays du monde entier mettent en place des instruments dissuasifs pour lutter contre les FFI. Et plus que par le passé, lutter contre la fraude fiscale et le contournement par l'échange de renseignements est un bon moyen de se procurer des recettes fiscales complémentaires pour la période de reprise post-Covid. Il demeure néanmoins que la proportion des FFI en provenance d'Afrique continue de croître. C'est pourquoi il est important d'identifier les défis auxquels font face les pays africains en ce qui concerne leur accès aux données sur les FFI et l'échange de ceux-ci en vue d'améliorer la collecte de leurs impôts. Ces défis, on peut les regrouper en 5 catégories qui vont recouvrir 5 titres, notamment le manque d'adhésion politique. Le soutien politique et l'engagement des décideurs politiques est réellement la clé pour lutter efficacement contre les et financiers internationaux. La compréhension par les décideurs de l'efficacité de la transparence fiscale et de l'échange de renseignements dans la lutte contre l'évasion et la fraude fiscale est fondamentale pour créer les conditions nécessaires afin que les pays africains puissent bénéficier des opportunités des normes de transparence fiscale. L'adhésion des décideurs est donc un gage des engagements souscrits à l'international. De celle-ci dépend les décisions d'allouer les ressources conséquentes et doter les administrations fiscales d'infrastructures dont elles ont besoin pour utiliser efficacement l'échange de renseignements. Le deuxième défi concerne l'accroissement des capacités administratives de traitement du flux des informations. On peut encore l'appeler le traitement automatisé du flux d'informations. Les administrations fiscales ont le défi de mettre en place un système de traitement automatisé du flux d'informations fiscales en vue de rendre disponibles en leur sein les informations sur les propriétés, les comptes bancaires, ainsi que celles relatives aux bénéficiaires effectifs. Un tel mécanisme servira de socle technique à la constitution d'une base de données mobilisable dans le cadre des procédures d'assistance administrative. La dématérialisation des procédures constitue à la fois un vecteur et un levier de renforcement de la disponibilité de l'information fiscale au sein de l'administration. Elle permet de renforcer la capacité opérationnelle des administrations fiscales à échanger aussi bien spontanément que sur demande les renseignements fiscaux et d'en tirer le meilleur parti. Un autre défi est la densification des réseaux conventionnels des États africains. Les administrations fiscales ne peuvent pas se servir de leur législation nationale pour se procurer des informations qui sont disponibles dans un autre pays. Les frontières constituent donc des limites à l'obtention des informations. Or, obtenir des renseignements pertinents dans un contrôle fiscal en présence d'une situation de transfrontière, nécessite un réseau d'échange de renseignements pour pouvoir accéder à ces renseignements. Le Forum mondial, à travers l'initiative Afrique, s'est fixé pour objectif d'aider les Africains à élargir leur réseau d'échange de renseignements, de telle sorte que les contrôleurs fiscaux et les enquêteurs aient accès aux informations dont ils ont besoin pour appliquer la législation nationale. Et concernant, je voulais m'appesantir dessus parce que c'est important. Concernant ce domaine, on observe une tendance positive. Beaucoup de pays africains ont déjà adhéré à la MAC, même si très peu l'ont ratifié. Il est donc question d'encourager ces pays à ratifier la MAC et à étendre ainsi leur réseau de partenaires conventionnels. Un autre défi est le renforcement du cadre juridique. Lorsqu'on parle du renforcement du cadre juridique, on pense bien sûr à des réformes législatives et réglementaires fortes, telles que la suppression du secret bancaire et l'adoption des lois sur les bénéficiaires effectifs. Mais renforcer le cadre juridique passe aussi par l'organisation des administrations fiscales, notamment la mise sur pied d'unités d'échange de renseignements équipées et compétentes. Le renforcement des capacités des fonctionnaires des administrations fiscales est également un défi majeur. Parce qu'avoir de bonnes lois, signer des conventions à tout va, adhérer à la MAC ou obtenir une bonne notation ne sera jamais suffisant si les acteurs de l'échange de renseignements ne sont pas suffisamment outillés pour se saisir des opportunités de l'échange de renseignements afin de minimiser les flux financiers internationaux. Les vérificateurs et les enquêteurs fiscaux doivent être équipés de connaissances théoriques sur les normes de transparence fiscale et l'aptitude en matière de pratique d'échange de renseignements. Et je voulais souligner ici l'importance de la formation parce qu'elle permet de faire reculer vraiment les préjugés. Les vérificateurs, les enquêteurs fiscaux doivent être sensibilisés à la coopération administrative dans leur travail quotidien. S'ils n'ont pas la capacité, ils ne pourront pas collecter la bonne information. La formation est en ce sens primordiale. Dans ma modeste expérience de formatrice en échange de renseignements, j'ai moi-même été amenée à constater que les premiers sceptiques en matière d'échange de renseignements sont les vérificateurs fiscaux, ceux-là même qui sont au départ de l'échange d'informations et qui doivent au final convertir ces informations reçues en recettes fiscales. Beaucoup, par exemple, ne croient pas que des pays autrefois considérés comme paradis fiscaux puissent vous fouler des informations bancaires simplement sur demande. C'est donc en cela que La formation est primordiale. Maintenant, on peut se demander comment éliminer les facteurs qui retardent le processus d'accès aux sources d'informations sur les flux financiers internationaux et leur échange avec les partenaires conventionnels, notamment en Afrique. Un certain nombre d'actions doivent être activement menées par les autorités fiscales en coopération avec les partenaires. Il s'agit principalement de la sensibilisation des décideurs politiques. Il faut faire de l'échange de renseignements une priorité et un véritable outil de lutte contre la fraude et l'évasion fiscale. Il est nécessaire de communiquer et de vulgariser les avancées réalisées sur le continent en matière d'échange de renseignements. Les États africains doivent mutuellement s'encourager à adhérer au Forum mondial sur la transparence et l'échange de renseignements et des fins fiscales. Ils doivent également s'encourager à adhérer et à ratifier la MAC. Il est nécessaire de renforcer les capacités et les compétences des fonctionnaires fiscaux du continent. Il est également nécessaire de stimuler le partage d'expériences. Enfin, et c'est également un véritable challenge pour les administrations africaines, parce qu'on remarque que beaucoup de pays traînent encore le pas. Il est nécessaire absolument pour bénéficier du potentiel, pour tirer parti effectivement du potentiel de l'échange de renseignements, que les pays africains s'arriment à l'échange automatique des renseignements. Et enfin, je peux dire qu'il faut continuer à encourager et intensifier la coopération entre autorités fiscales africaines. Merci, c'est ce que j'avais à dire dans l'intervalle de temps qui m'est imparti. Merci de votre aimable attention.
Right on time, Esther. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. And you've given us quite a lot to chew on. You have built onto the discussions in the previous session, and you brought things alive in terms of tax administration and the challenges on the ground, lack of efficiency in tax administrations, lack of political will, increase in administrative capacity for the treatment of information. All these things need to be taken into consideration when we are beginning to think about how can we make African countries more effective in participating in exchange of information. So thank you very much for that. We will wait to see what our participants have to say and what questions they have for you. In the meantime, permit me to move to Mr. Ziad Butler. Mr. Ziad Butler, what are some of the challenges you have noticed from a trade, misinvoicing, and customs perspective? What solutions and systems are available for information exchange in this field of trade and customs? You also have between 7 and 10 minutes. If you keep it to 7, that will be brilliant. Mr. Butler, please.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much. I will certainly try and keep it within the time limit. I have the distinct disadvantage to be the second last speaker at the end of a 4-hour conference, so I'll try my best to keep it short and sharp. I'm going to break your questions down into 2, Alan. The first one, what are some of the challenges we've noticed? What we've seen is that, and I'm speaking from the position of being primarily in the area of customs and trade and border management. That is our area of focus and control and the way we look at primarily. However, from an IFF perspective, it's a significant issue across the board and one we've become very familiar with when considering what issues prevail. We know that IFFs usually exist and thrive in areas of low compliance, which is itself is a result of many issues, as highlighted by panelist Ms. Esther. Those core challenges that agencies face when trying to address it and identify it. But if you have to think about it, at the heart of all of these is probably the lack of reliable information, both from a trader perspective and the revenue authority perspective. And this lack of reliable information is what affects the tax authority's ability to identify and address the non-compliance, which is at the root of the IFF. This has provided an ideal breeding ground for organized crime syndicates to exploit these gaps in control and has led to the burgeoning IFFs, which we have heard about throughout the day. I mean, $90 billion for Africa is a ridiculous amount, to say the least. From our perspective, which, as I said, is primarily focused in customs and border management, we have noticed through our research using various analysis methods that there's definitely an issue when it comes to misinvoicing, or at the very least, misinformation in terms of declarations and flow of data between traders, government agencies, tax authorities, and other governments in the chain, in the supply chain. One of these analysis methods that we used is mirror data analysis, where we compared outgoing export commodity information with incoming import information. Most countries show some differentiation, which can be explained, but in some countries, between some countries, there were vast differences. So what one country is exporting, is claiming to export from a commodity perspective, is largely or there's a big gap between what that reciprocal country is declaring in terms of their imports. Now, this indicates an underlying issue of misdeclaration on one part, either in terms of the exports or the imports. And at the higher level, it completely skews the trade statistics of these countries when it comes to that particular declaration of that particular commodity. And this indicates likely fraudulent invoicing. Now, without country to country or authority to authority exchange of information, there actually isn't any way to identify who has committed this misdeclaration. So this is further exacerbated by the fact that most authorities operate in a silo fashion. When I say silo fashion, I mean customs operates separately from tax, which in itself operates separately from other government agencies or other areas of government, which has a stake in identifying and making sure that the information is actually correct. And this lack of information sharing within or in between these government agencies make it even more difficult to identify cross-border illicit flows. Make no mistake, most countries are aware of these issues and are working on it and have tried to put in place mechanisms to counter it from an exchange of information perspective. However, these usually start and end at the point of discussion. So setting up interagency workshops, setting up working groups, setting up technical committees in order to identify legislative inhibitors, in order to define frameworks, in order to identify mechanisms to address it. But from what we've seen, they rarely progress beyond that to the step of implementation. Effectively, what I'm saying is there's a lot of talking, but not enough doing. Another issue we have identified in most countries is that agencies try to address the IFFs, the illicit financial flows, at the point of the outcome or the result of what has happened. So we are very reactionary. We are hardly ever pro-actionary in terms of how we try to address these issues. And that's, I think, fundamentally because we do not try to identify or address the source of these issues by focusing on capital flights or flows which would have not occurred in the first place, as opposed to looking at what the root causes of these issues are. I've heard it said in the earlier panel that we should follow the money. I agree 100%. Following the money is the way we can try to identify where the beneficiation occurs, what these root causes are. But I would add to that, follow the money to the source. Don't follow the money only to the border. Look at who those parties are involved in moving those flows across the border, moving those goods. Try to identify those parties and address it at that level. And how can this be done? This can be done by looking internally for these revenue authorities, identifying gaps in operational, risk, and technology management frameworks, and adopting a whole of government approach when considering IFFs. Now, if you think about it, nothing I've said is anything that has not been said in different contexts by all the other panelists. But it needs to be emphasized so that the listeners can understand that how important it is in order to be able to do that, in order to be able to address IFFs. Now, this brings me to the second part of your question, in that what solutions can be, or what solutions have been, are available for information exchange in the field of trade and customs. And if we look at it, this is a multi-layered answer. Exchange of information can be internal to a country at an interagency level, adopting a whole of government approach, and also at an inter-country level, where countries agree to share taxpayer information for purposes of identifying IFFs and enforcing controls. This can be regionally or even globally, but must be done while respecting and managing taxpayer rights and maintaining tax sovereignty. Now, effective information exchange requires reliable and stable sources of information. Manual information or manually gathered and captured information is inherently unreliable and lacks integrity. In order to stabilize these sources where we're getting the information from, we have to look towards electronic submission and processing of information. And this must be driven by the tax authorities. EOI, or automated EOI, can only be enabled if we have automated and electronic capturing of that information and storing of that information. Once information becomes digitized, it opens the door to applying risk analysis and other compliance controls before we even consider how and who we can share this information with. This information can be, as I said, is on an authority-to-authority basis, and bilaterally between countries, or even multilaterally across regions and globally, based on mechanisms established and put in place for data exchange. Just to give you an example of what is happening in the customs world, at an interagency level, it seems many governments are already sharing information between customs and tax authorities to track input taxes of customs duties against production and tax submissions. Although there has been progress in this regard, there's definitely room for more and better integration with the ultimate objective of establishing a taxpayer compliance profile, which will effectively include all aspects of a taxpayer's interaction with government across all agencies of commerce and trade, home affairs, customs and excise, and revenue authorities as examples of how we can build this taxpayer compliance profile. On an inter-country or multilateral basis, an example in the customs world is the SADC electronic certificate of origin solution, which proving origin in customs is integral or fundamental to ensuring that the declaration information is correct. Because once you identify and understand where goods originate, you can apply the necessary regulatory controls to that declaration. By introducing this electronic and automated exchange of certificate of origin information, we've seen a significantly reduced possibility of fraud and misinvoicing, in turn reducing the IFFs. Another example of EOIs is the ACI project, currently in pilot phase in Egypt. And this is advanced customs information. This project is using an innovative blockchain-based solution to enable exporters to submit their invoice and other supporting documentation directly to the Egypt Customs Authority, negating the need for validating invoice origin or other information from importers. These types of innovative advances should be looked at to improve EOI, as it provides an independent and secure platform to share information between countries and even between agencies. There are obviously other examples of these types of interagency sharing of information, like single border processing, where countries share border post sharing information directly and not relying on taxpayers for this information. Effectively, one country's outputs becoming the input.
You got a minute to go. Can you wrap it up? Yes.
I'm done. The effect of this approach is usually trade facilitation and improved compliance through tighter enforcement. So as I said, there are many examples of how this has been used, and these are just some of them. And we can look at improving the ways we talk to each other by identifying the root cause of what these problems are. Thank you very much. I think you muted, Alan.
I muted myself instead. I must say I was fond of these virtual events, but now interacting with you and seeing how energetic and all these examples that you have are going to be kept with you until we next meet does me bad. I feel nostalgic about in-person events. No, thank you very much for the rich contribution. You've given us a very good perspective of how EOI is important and can be used within the customs and trade border management perspectives. And it's good that you've given us some very tangible examples of how it is being used, not least in Egypt, and how that is facilitating all that intelligence and bringing out, pointing out potentials for where IFFs could be. I think that is very important for us. Now, we shall see what our participants have to say about that. But before then, let me move to Mr. Tutsel Akpachi. I don't know whether I've not murdered your name again. Please, I'll ask you for forgiveness. But for now, let me pose a question to you, Mr. Akpachi. Togo has a fully functioning exchange of information unit and has been exchanging information for quite some time. And indeed, additional revenue in millions of dollars have been collected. What challenges has OTR faced in obtaining required tax information and exchanging it with treaty partners? Mr. Akpachi, you have 10 minutes. Over to you. Mr. Akpachi, you disappeared from my screen.
Oui. Vous m'entendez?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Vous m'entendez, Alan?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Good.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, c'est vrai que j'ai des petits soucis de connexion. I speak French, please. J'ai des petits soucis de connexion, donc je suis en mission, je suis pas au bureau. Donc, j'ai des petits soucis de connexion, mais je vais quand même pouvoir participer, en tout cas, aux discussions, aux échanges. En tout cas, je n'ai pas bien suivi la question, mais il semble que si je résume...
Can I repeat it for you?
Yeah, you can please.
Okay. Now the question was recognizing that Togo has a fully functioning exchange of information units, and that this has been exchanging information for quite some time now, and that this exchange of information has resulted in additional revenue in millions of dollars to be collected by Togo. What are the challenges that OTR has faced in obtaining required tax information and exchanging it with the treaty partners?
Merci Alan. Thank you Alan for the question. Et je vais parler le français, je vais parler en français. Merci Alan et merci à l'ATAF et au GIZ. Félicitations à eux encore pour l'organisation de cette énième conférence. Mais avant d'aller à proprement dire sur la question que vous m'avez posée, permettez-moi d'abord de partager avec vous l'état des lieux de la situation au Togo actuellement. Et il faut dire que le Togo a adhéré au Forum mondial en 2016, donc tardivement par rapport à certains pays africains. Et depuis, le Togo n'a cessé de faire des progrès. Alors, les progrès ont été faits sur plusieurs plans. Sur le plan politique, sur le plan des infrastructures et sur le plan organisationnel ou juridique. Alors, sur le plan politique, à proprement parler, nous avons eu l'engagement des autorités, à travers la feuille de route qui prend en compte l'échange automatique de renseignements sur les comptes financiers. Nous avons eu l'adhésion à l'initiative Afrique et la signature de la déclaration de Yaoundé. Nous avons aussi travaillé pour la délégation des pouvoirs de l'autorité compétente. Alors, tout cela ne peut être fait, il faut le signaler, sans vraiment l'engagement de l'autorité administrative, de l'autorité politique, de l'autorité fiscale, plutôt, je veux dire de l'autorité politique, et qui est dans la création de l'Office togolais des recettes, qui est la nouvelle institution qui prend en compte les deux régies, les deux anciennes régies des données des impôts, a été mise en place. Donc, nous avons aussi eu à travailler dans le cadre de la création de l'unité d'échange de renseignements. Alors, cette unité est dotée de ressources, c'est-à-dire de personnel adéquat et des infrastructures financières puis des infrastructures techniques. Et sur le plan légal, nous avons travaillé à la modification des tests fiscaux. Vous savez, l'adhésion à l'échange des renseignements exige de nos pays qu'on puisse prendre en compte certaines dispositions très contraignantes. Notamment, je peux citer les dispositions sur le bénéficiaire effectif. Donc, nous avons travaillé à prendre en compte ces dispositions-là dans les textes fiscaux. Nous avons travaillé à améliorer les dispositions juridiques relatives à l'accessibilité des renseignements. Et nous avons aussi travaillé pour l'extension des conventions. Donc, pour faire un bref rappel, avant l'adhésion au Forum mondial, le Togo avait des conventions un peu limitées, notamment une convention avec la France et une convention avec, au niveau sous-régional avec les 7 autres pays. Mais aujourd'hui, nous avons réussi à signer la MAC et donc nous sommes en train de travailler pour sa ratification. Et nous avons aussi, sur le plan structurel, procéder notamment à l'intégration des procédures d'échange de renseignements et aux procédures générales de l'Office togolais des recettes. Et nous sommes en train de travailler sur l'interfaçage des applications de l'Office avec les autres administrations. Donc, l'assistance technique, la formation, l'automatisation sont aussi des choses que nous avons fait. Alors, tout ce que je viens de citer là nous ont permis, comme vous l'avez dit, Alan, d'avoir des résultats. Oui, nous avons pu envoyer une vingtaine, nous avons pu échanger une vingtaine de demandes avec les autres pays partenaires. Nous avons développé des outils d'analyse risque et nous avons travaillé pour collecter des recettes. Alors, au total, à peu près 3,5 millions de dollars de recettes additionnelles ont été collectées. Et nous avons réussi à mettre en place une brigade spécialisée, notamment la brigade de contrôle conjoint, impôts, douane, comme le collègue douanier en parlait tantôt, et pour prendre en compte les aspects spécifiques qui concernent les deux administrations. Donc, mais les défis sont nombreux et variés. Tout ce que nous avons dit là, tout ce que nous avons fait là, n'ont pas été fait de façon continue. Il y a eu des défis, il y a eu des difficultés. Donc, aujourd'hui, quels peuvent être les défis pour nous? Je crois que, et je ne voulais pas me répéter vraiment, Madame Esther, plutôt, je dois dire, a vraiment s'est étendue sur l'ensemble des défis en réalité. Le premier défi pour nous, c'est un défi technologique. C'est un défi technologique et qui porte sur l'automatisation des procédés relatifs à la disponibilité, à l'accessibilité et à l'échangeabilité des informations. Pour nous, il est très important que les informations, nous puissions disponibiliser des informations de façon automatique. Donc, nous sommes en train de travailler sur les déclarations en ligne. Et toutes ces informations qui sont déclarées en ligne permettent à l'unité d'échange de renseignements d'être nourrie en informations qui éventuellement peuvent être échangées. Nous sommes en train aussi de travailler avec les opérateurs économiques dans les secteurs où l'espèce est vraiment utilisée, de telle sorte qu'ils puissent utiliser des nouveaux instruments, notamment les caisses enregistreuses, pour que les informations puissent être disponibles sur leurs activités. Et nous sommes aussi en train de travailler, d'automatiser le registre des bénéficiaires effectifs. Voilà des difficultés en fait qui s'imposent à nous. Parce que déjà, quand vous avez des difficultés dans une seule administration, donc en dehors de l'administration, si vous avez à mettre en œuvre des outils qui vont concerner d'autres administrations, c'est d'autant plus compliqué. Donc, en matière de bénéficiaires effectifs, par exemple, pour le registre des bénéficiaires effectifs, cela inclut l'OTR, mais va inclure aussi le registre de déclaration de société, le registre de création de déclaration de société, et aussi va prendre en compte l'agence qui lutte contre le blanchiment d'argent et le financement du terrorisme. Donc, voilà par exemple l'un des défis technologiques que nous avons. Au niveau de l'accessibilité de l'information, nous avons, je disais tantôt, que nous sommes en train d'interfacer les bases pour que nous puissions disposer des informations directement auprès des autres administrations et que nous puissions disposer des informations auprès de certains contribuables qui sont dans les secteurs réglementés. Donc, c'est un défi immense pour nous et pour l'autorité fiscale. Et nous sommes en train de travailler dessus. Et par rapport à l'échangeabilité des informations, oui, il y a là aussi un défi. Le défi là-bas aussi pour nous, c'est de pouvoir transmettre des informations dans un format très sécurisé, de telle sorte que l'information ne puisse pas tomber entre les mains des personnes en réalité qui ne sont pas concernées ou engagées. Et je vais parler par exemple des mails qui sont cryptés, des mails qui nous permettent de pouvoir envoyer des données lourdes, parce que d'abord, vous avez des demandes qui sont envoyées avec des pièges jaunes qui sont vraiment des fois un peu lourds. Donc, tous ces outils-là, en fait, constituent des défis pour nous au plan technologique, surtout au niveau de l'informatique. Et vous savez, le défi technologique est lié au défi financier. Je crois qu'Esther le disait tantôt, quand vous avez moyen financier, le défi technologique est résolu. Donc, sur tout un autre plan, nous voulons aujourd'hui faire de l'échange des renseignements une culture de l'office, en fait. Donc, voilà un défi aussi qui est important pour nous. Je crois que certains pays, 1 ou 2 pays africains ont réussi à le faire. Nous voulons que systématiquement, sur la chaîne, c'est-à-dire depuis la stratégie du contrôle fiscal, la programmation de dossiers, jusqu'à la conclusion des vérifications, que le champ de renseignement puisse faire partie intégrante de cette chaîne de traitement des informations. Donc, voilà aussi un défi pour nous. Nous sommes en train de travailler sur ça. Donc, cela suppose que nous devons former vraiment les collègues qui vont utiliser l'outil. Nous devons les former non seulement à faire des demandes, mais nous devons les former aussi à pouvoir bien utiliser les demandes. Et puis, nous devons aussi avoir des outils de suivi qui doivent être mis en place au niveau de l'unité pour que l'unité puisse prendre en charge, accompagner tout au long les vérificateurs ou bien les utilisateurs de l'échange des renseignements. Le défi politique aussi est important. Et Esther en a parlé. Je ne vais pas m'étendre sur ça, je le disais. Et quand vous voulez étendre les conventions, nous avons fait face à cette difficulté-là. Dans la signature de la marque, nous avons fait face à cette difficulté-là. Mais heureusement pour nous, notre autorité fiscale et nos autorités politiques se sont engagées déjà dans une vaste réforme des finances publiques. Notre projet s'est inscrit là-dedans et cela vraiment nous a beaucoup boosté. Mais je sais que c'est un défi important. Aujourd'hui, nous faisons face à cela dans la ratification, par exemple, de la MAC. Et nous sommes en train de travailler aussi pour étendre certaines conventions, signer certains accords bilatéraux avec des pays qui ont un intérêt pertinent pour nos États. Donc, voilà en quelque sorte quelques défis de façon pratique auxquels nous avons fait face. Mais il ne faut pas oublier que l'unité d'échange de renseignements au quotidien a des défis, notamment celui de relever chaque jour le niveau de l'échange des renseignements par rapport au personnel de l'unité d'échange des renseignements même, et puis celui d'aller aussi sur d'autres chantiers, parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous sommes en train de travailler pour un engagement du Togo à l'échange automatique de renseignements sur le compte financier, et très bientôt, avec les partenaires qui nous accompagnent, le Togo pourrait prendre cet engagement-là. Mais c'est un défi pour nous parce que nous appréhendons déjà tout ce qu'il faut mettre en place, notamment le Common Reporting Standard, notamment les aspects sur la confidentialité, les aspects sur la sécurité, notamment les infrastructures qu'il faudra prendre en compte en matière d'échange automatique de renseignements sur le compte financier. Et donc, voilà un peu ce que je peux dire et à proprement parler par rapport aux défis que nous avons. Donc, au niveau de l'administration, au niveau de l'Office togolais des recettes. Bien entendu, je suis disponible pour des questions, des éclaircissements ou bien beaucoup plus de détails. Merci encore, Alan. Merci à tous les collègues qui ont vraiment rendu le travail relativement facile pour moi parce qu'ils ont déjà abordé, surtout Esther qui a déjà vraiment abordé l'ensemble des défis de façon générale.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Apache, and for sharing that information, giving us a tour at the table of the experience of Togo, and also drawing from the fact that you had that advantage of organizing the Global Forum in 2016 and what has happened since then, and the key steps that you have taken and the results gaining that 3.5 million US dollars, is inspirational that actually it is possible to claw back this money if you commit to and implement particular protocols in the exchange of information. And also the challenges that you have mentioned, it's good that so many of them overlap with those that Esther has shared. But it seems that technology and reliability of information are two key things which are really coming up through all the presentations by the panelists. Let us now turn to the participants. We have, I think we were supposed to knock off in 5 minutes. I want to ask that we have another 5 minutes. So in 10 minutes, let us see if we can take a couple or 3 questions. I can see 2 questions already in the chats. I think there's another question. Yes, I think there's another question in the Q&A, and then we can see if we can take one more from the audience. Let me start with Mr. Professor Sadiki. Your question was in French. I couldn't read it, but since you are here yourself, would you please pose the question? Professor Sadiki. Oh, okay, Professor is here. Okay, Professor, go on then.
Oui, je tenais absolument à remercier et à féliciter vivement tous les intervenants par rapport aux différents exposés. Je voulais, dans un premier temps, connaître les 33 pays qui ont déjà ratifié, adhéré à l'interagence. Par rapport aux interventions données, je voulais seulement compléter le fait que, pour lutter contre la fraude fiscale, il y a des raisons, il y a des causes, et il faut identifier ces causes avant de donner une solution, de porter une solution. Il y a les causes morales, les causes économiques, les causes politiques et les causes techniques qui font que certaines personnes résistent à mettre la transparence dans leur situation, et ainsi ils arrivent à tomber dans les coups de la fraude, et le coût de la corruption. Tout compte fait, les interventions des différents intervenants sont géniales, et moi je les félicite et je les encourage. Est-ce que j'ai été suivi? Allô? Est-ce que j'ai été suivi?
Hello. I think we did follow what you said. There was interpretation. I want to assume that my panelists also heard what I heard from the interpreters. Who would like to take a shot at which part of the question? The one of the countries which have ratified. Does someone feel good enough to do that?
Oui, Alan, si vous permettez, je ne sais pas très bien de...
Go on, Mr.
Yeah, Akpake. Yeah, thank you. Je ne sais pas très bien de quel accord il parle. Je suppose que le professeur est en train de parler de la MAC. Je suppose qu'il est en train de parler de la Convention multilatérale concernant l'assistance administrative. Et donc, oui, il y a beaucoup de pays africains qui l'ont signé, mais je ne sais pas très bien, je ne peux pas donner l'information sur le nombre aujourd'hui. Il faudrait aller sur le site de l'OCDE. Il faudrait aller sur le site de l'OCDE pour voir le nombre des pays qui sont déjà signataires, qui ont ratifié la Convention. Maintenant, sur l'autre aspect de sa question qui concerne le défi moral et le défi technologique et tout ce qu'il faut mettre en place pour lutter contre les FFI, oui, c'est des préoccupations que nous partageons. C'est des préoccupations que nous partageons au niveau des groupes de travail inter-administration, parce que l'ensemble de ces défis-là...
If you don't have the floor, please, could you please mute your mics? Mr. Kwachi, not you.
Ok, je peux continuer. Merci. Donc, c'est des préoccupations, je disais, que nous partageons, hein, parce que pour la lutte contre la corruption, la fraude, et c'est des préoccupations que nous partageons au niveau de l'ensemble des groupes de travail inter-administration, parce que l'ensemble de ces défis-là est pris en compte par chacune des administrations selon les missions qui sont assignées par les autorités politiques pour que nous puissions converger vers un ensemble, vers un objectif commun. Mais pour nous, au niveau de l'administration fiscale, il s'agit de pouvoir disposer des renseignements, il s'agit de pouvoir faire en sorte d'étendre nos conventions, il s'agit de pouvoir envoyer et recevoir des renseignements de telle sorte que si sur l'autorisation ou bien sur la base d'une convention, si le pays partenaire le permet, ces informations qui doivent être utilisées pour des fins fiscales puissent aussi être utilisées pour lutter contre les crimes financiers. Et au Togo, nous le faisons déjà, nous avons déjà commencé, nous avons établi un cadre de collaboration déjà avec la CENTIF ici, qui est l'organisme qui est en charge de la lutte contre le blanchiment d'argent et le financement du terrorisme. Nous travaillons étroitement avec eux, il y a un accord qui est signé avec eux, Et ça nous permet de pouvoir échanger des renseignements entre l'administration fiscale et leur administration, vice-versa. Donc, voilà ce que je peux dire par là. L'échange de renseignements contribue vraiment à ce que les autres administrations aussi sur le territoire, sur autorisation des partenaires, puissent disposer des renseignements et qu'ils puissent aussi l'utiliser à d'autres fins et beaucoup plus répressifs. Voilà ce que je peux dire par rapport à la pression du professeur. Merci.
You're muted, Alan.
I told people to mute, so I also muted myself. So sorry about that. Next, let us look at the questions from Honorable Irene Ovojo Dida, formerly with the FACTI panel and also the Mbeki panel. Irene, do you want to ask the questions or should I read out your questions? If you ask the questions, people will see you and they will understand where you're coming from.
I think you can read the question, Alan.
Thank you very much. The questions are, what external barriers or challenges do African governments face in practice in response to their requests for EOI and impact on stopping IFFs? And in practice, to what extent do African countries or tax authorities receive information efficiently from advanced economies in response to their requests? So I think we are trying to get a sense of the efficiency or the ease with which African countries actually receive collaboration from other countries. Who would like to go first on this one? Ms. Esther, do you want to take the floor for this?
Je n'ai pas très bien suivi la question. Est-ce qu'on peut répéter?
The question. Okay. Let me just read the question again. What external barriers or challenges do African governments face in practice in response to their requests for exchange of information? And what impact does that have on stopping IFFs? Let us deal with that one.
Merci pour la question. Je vais ici me servir de mon expérience en tant que cadre de l'unité d'échange international de renseignement. Dans le cadre de notre activité, les principaux défis, les principales difficultés ont trait au délai. Délai dans les réponses. Font en sorte que nous demandons des réponses et dans le cas, dans le cas de l'échange de renseignement, la juridiction sollicitée a 90 jours pour répondre. Mais très souvent, dans la plupart des cas, les informations nous parviennent largement, une fois les délais largement dépassés, ce qui rend parfois l'information inutilisable et contribue à décrédibiliser l'échange de renseignements. C'est-à-dire ça devient donc difficile maintenant d'encourager les vérificateurs à solliciter les renseignements la prochaine fois. Mais toutefois, pour parer à cette difficulté, nous avons inscrit dans le Code général des impôts une disposition qui consiste à proroger les délais en cas de présence, on est face à un cas de transfrontalité au cours d'une opération de vérification fiscale. C'est essentiellement le principal défi auquel nous faisons face dans le cadre des demandes envoyées. Je ne sais pas si j'ai bien compris la question ou si j'ai bien répondu.
Oui. Alan.
You are responding to the question, all right.
Alan,
I can see that.
Si vous permettez, je voudrais ajouter à la suite d'Esther certaines préoccupations aussi.
Yep.
Si vous permettez, yep. Oui. Et l'une des préoccupations aussi importantes. Thank you, Alan. L'une des préoccupations aussi importantes qu'il faudrait mentionner, c'est c'est cette notion de pertinence vraisemblable, en fait, que les demandes doivent receler, en fait. C'est très important, cette notion-là, parce que la plupart des, il nous revient au comité technique de la TAF, la plupart des administrations fiscales, des unités d'échange de renseignement des administrations fiscales africaines n'ont pas vraiment une formation assez poussée et surtout sur cette question. Donc, les demandes qui sont adressées à certains partenaires peuvent revenir non répondues ou bien des réponses peuvent nous parvenir et nous signifier que non, la demande n'est pas pertinemment vraisemblable. Cette question est très importante. Je crois que ça peut aussi empêcher à ce que nous puissions disposer des renseignements de la part d'autres juridictions. Donc, je crois que le Forum mondial ATAF travaille pour la formation des agents sur cette question-là. Et je crois que l'autre défi aussi que nous pouvons citer, elle est relative aussi à l'extension des conventions. Parce que certains États africains ont sollicité des conventions avec d'autres États, mais ils n'ont pas reçu une demande favorable par rapport à la signature de ces conventions. C'est un défi aussi très important parce que si vous n'avez pas de convention avec les partenaires, vous ne pouvez pas échanger des renseignements. Et c'est un point très important aussi. Je crois que l'évaluation par les pairs aussi prend en compte cet aspect des choses et permet de pouvoir en tout cas améliorer. En tout cas, tout qu'on fait, tout ne pourra pas être fait en même temps. Mais la TAF s'y est engagée, les partenaires de la TAF et le Forum mondial, et je crois qu'avec cela, nous allons dans les années à venir vraiment aller de succès en succès. Voilà pour ce que je peux dire pour compléter la réponse que Esther a déjà apportée. Merci.
Thank you very much. I think you have also touched briefly on the second part of the questions. So let me quickly run to the last bit of the questions from Sam Shivute. Sam Shivute asks, in most tax legislations, there are clauses on confidentiality of taxpayers or traders' information. In their case, taxpayers' information can only be shared if permitted by law. How do you deal with confidentiality clauses to achieve effective participation in the EOI? How to deal with confidentiality clauses to achieve effective participation in the EOI? Who would like to go first on this? Can I ask Mr. Butler, is this something that is on your plate?
I would probably defer to the experts in this regard, the lawyers and the governance and policy specialists. But from our experience, what we've identified, I think it's the point that Mr. Mbeki was making earlier. The extent to which you can exchange information is directly based on the mechanism you've put in place or the agreement you've put in place between countries or agencies of what information can be shared. And that's entrenched in the law. We see this across a number of different countries, that the right to privacy for taxpayers supersedes everything else that may be needed. But we're also seeing a number of different countries are putting in place, and some of them are putting it under terrorism laws or are putting it under right to access to information laws or any of those, where if there is a valid case that can be built for requiring that information, it then overrules any other underlying legislation there may be. These are few and far between. A few countries have implemented it, but I can tell you for a fact that it's almost always challenged by taxpayers. I think it was RC earlier who said that combating and addressing these cases and enforcing these cases is a waiting game. You have to be patient. It's not something that can be done quickly. It's not something that you turn around almost real time. It's something that you have to put effort in and you have to put patience into in order to get the information you need. But the structures to enable that have to be in place. So the starting point really is making sure, and I think ATAF is taking a great step to do that, to establish those frameworks of exchanging information and identifying what needs to be done to make it possible.
Brilliant. I think we've quite run out of time. We're 10 minutes over time. So I'll just quickly go around my panelists and ask, what is your last message to the participants? What message would you like them to go back with? Can we start with Ms. Esther?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je crois que à la fin des trois sessions que nous avons suivies, nous devons comprendre que les pays africains ont intérêt à collaborer, à travailler ensemble dans une synergie pour créer une culture d'échange de renseignements et en tirer parti dans la lutte contre les flux financiers internationaux. Elles ont besoin de relever les défis qui sont les leurs, qui ont été sur lesquels nous avons largement discuté ici. Mais je voulais souligner que la volonté politique est vraiment l'ingrédient majeur pour que l'échange des renseignements serve efficacement à la lutte contre les FFI et améliore les capacités de nos administrations à collecter efficacement l'impôt. Merci, voilà ce que j'avais à dire. Merci pour votre participation, merci pour l'invitation. J'espère que les objectifs de la conférence ont été atteints et que chaque participant pourra faire un retour d'informations et capitaliser ce que nous avons eu à partager ici aujourd'hui. Merci.
Thank you very much, Esther, for reiterating that point on political will. And as you said earlier on, reflected in not only expression, but also intention by backing up the will with the provision of resources to the duty bearers to do what they are supposed to do. Mr. Apache, 1 minute for you. What do you want the audience to take with them?
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Alan. Moi, je remercie déjà la ATAF-GIZ et les partenaires du Forum mondial aussi pour, en tout cas, cette belle initiative. Je voudrais juste me résumer en quelques mots. Communiquer, sensibiliser, former. C'est très important, ces trois expressions-là, parce que c'est celles-là, ce sont ces expressions-là, c'est l'action, la mise en action de ces expressions qui vont permettre à ce que nous puissions avoir un engagement de la part des autorités administratives, de la part des autorités politiques, que nous puissions avoir un financement de la part des partenaires et que nous puissions vraiment comprendre et avoir une culture de champ de renseignement. C'est très important de communiquer, de sensibiliser et éventuellement de former. Merci encore, Alan, pour m'avoir donné la parole.
Brilliant. So capacity building in a number of areas, communication, sensitizing people on the issues, but also training duty bearers also to be able to carry out their works efficiently. Lastly, but not least, Mr. Butler. 1 minute.
Thank you, Alan. 1 minute. I think a lot of good points has been made throughout the day in terms of how IFFs should be addressed. If I had to just iterate on one that I brought up in my discussion, there has to be a structured approach to how you are dealing with the IFFs. I mean, what we've seen is that there's a number of different suggestions and different ways you can look at it. I think each country and each agency needs to look within themselves firstly to identify how they believe they can address it, and then look outwardly in how they can actually exchange that information with others. And one critical point is, I think that there has been enough talking and analysis. We now need to start seeing action. We need to move off the couches and move off the desks and actually start taking the steps we need to take in order to start exchanging the information and moving beyond where we are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Butler, for that. And I think that dovetails very well in the message that Mr. Akaki was telling us, and the evidence he has given us, that by moving from just signing agreements, but also implementing those agreements, they were able to realize $3.5 billion US. So the movement from talk to now action is a key rallying call. Thank you very much to my panels, and thank you very much to the audience for participating. Your questions have been very inspiring, and I think my panel has found them very interesting. So allow me to say thank you and hand over back to the chair of the conference. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Alan Mukungu. This has been really a very interactive session. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Ziad. Thank you, Akpak. The end of this session also marks the end of today's very fruitful deliberations. The large number of participants that participated in this conference epitomizes the keen interest that many people have in curbing illicit financial flows on the African continent. I also take this opportunity to thank the chairs of the session, panelists, interpreters, and more important, ATAF communication team. You really did a very wonderful job, plus the entire participants. This is the end of today's session. We have more work tomorrow, starting at 11, because there are so many more interesting topics to discuss. With those few remarks, again, many thanks for whatever effort you are putting, and let's meet again tomorrow at 11 Central African time. Thank you. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.